morning, all. Here we are. Well, it's not even morning yet. We're getting there, though. Only 8 minutes to go.
8 minutes to go, yeah.
Here we are again. Night 2, WrestleMania, Vegas. We're not going to hang any hopes on our AJ joining us tonight because his Wi-Fi in the stadium there in Vegas on the strip there is apparently awful, which is a bit ironic considering that Mania is sponsored by Xfinity Wi-Fi. Does make you laugh a little bit. But welcome in, and as always, when it comes to these sorts of things, there's my partner in crime and all things wrestling. There's Connor next to me with his Newcastle top on. How are we doing, Connor?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, night 2, electric boogaloo, as they say. Yeah, looking forward to it. Last night, I think I had an overarching feeling of slightly underwhelming, you'd have to say. You know, a few highlights on the show. The main event, obviously, the angle that rounded it off, the major talking point to come out of it. And to be fair, as WWE tend to do, and as you should do, they left a scenario where I think a lot of people are going, oh, I can't wait to see what Seth Rollins and Paul Heyman say on Raw. So that's good, because you want to get bums and seats for that. Hope tonight will be a lot better. The card for tonight, I must admit, looks a better card. You know, if you put them side by side, this is the big stuff tonight. You know, the IC title Fatal 4-Way, which I'm looking forward to because there's going to be twists and turns in that. I'm not sure whether it's going to be Finn turning and Dom or Dom turning and Finn, but one of them's turning. The women's tag title match has become a hell of a lot more interesting now that Bayley's been taken out and a mysterious mystery partner will be coming in to return, probably Becky Lynch. Of course, Cena and Cody will round it off. Randy's got his own mystery opponent, which I think most people believe will be Rusev or Nick Aldis. I live in hope more than expectation, Ian, that it will be Nick Aldis, because he does deserve a moment. But you know, if it's Rusev, fine. But he is going to lose. Randy, I've heard some people. I think somebody in their chat, was it Craig earlier, said, "Well, if it's Rusev, then Rusev wins." I think Randy's winning regardless who the opponent is, which isn't a bad thing. And look, if Rusev comes back and loses to Randy in Mania, okay, it's not the ideal return. However, that's easy to build back out of. You know, you're not burying him by having him lose to Randy. And they've made a big thing of this being his 20th Mania, you know, his 20th anniversary. So, yeah, very much looking forward to seeing how we go where that's concerned, certainly. And yeah, obviously, I have some drink at the ready. Not as much as last night, but I do have some to contend with. Mixed it up a bit. I've actually got a couple of beers, but I've got a few Copperberg ciders as well as some rum left over. So we've got plenty to sink our teeth into and do that. That is for sure. I don't know how Ian is still with us, by the way, folks. He is operating on about a collective of 6 hours, 7 hours sleep over the last 2 days. So, he was just telling me off air, just as an insight, that when we finished and come off air last night, he had to go out in the back garden at 4:30 this morning to put eggs around for an Easter egg hunt that he was doing with the kids today, because he'd forgot to do it earlier. Basically,
in my head, I assumed it was going to start getting light about 4 a.m. It was still pitch black down here, so I was doing it by torchlight.
That's when you realise it's still early spring and not quite summer yet, because
just to answer Singing the Blues top, it is The Rock, the final boss top, bought at the O2 when I was down there.
Nice.
It's the first and probably last time I spent 40 quid on a t-shirt.
I love it. Who's kicking off Mania Night 2, Ian? Good question from Geordie. Have they announced that? Because they announced that Jay was kicking off last night against Gunther. I haven't seen any announcements so far.
I think it might be the reverse of how I've got it listed on YouTube.
Oh, you think the triple threat may open proceedings? I think it might be.
I can confirm, by the way, that Alex will not be joining us tonight. He's far too tired. He's going to watch it tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, this is the thing when it's a 2-night event. And it'll happen in August as well when we do SummerSlam, which may or may not be the next PLE watch along. I'm going to say not because I'm pretty sure we'll probably do Money in the Bank because that's the next big one.
Oh yeah, you got to do Money in the Bank.
You've got to do that. We'll keep you posted though. As I say, sometimes as happened in the past, like with Elimination Chamber, which wasn't scheduled, if the card that they put forward looks like it's going to be a good one and a big one, then we'll do it because we just love you that much. And clearly none of us really need any sleep, so it's fine.
If there's two of us up watching it, then we might as well get the rest of you on as well. So
yeah, well, exactly. WrestleMania Backlash is always interesting, that's for sure. It'll be interesting to see what they do coming out the back of this and that as well. So yeah, plenty to look forward to.
2-minute warning. 2-minute warning, folks. We are on a 2-minute warning.
By the way, I think it may be Priest and McIntyre that will kick it off. If there's not announced.
I think that would do well in the middle.
Maybe, but I think if you're looking at it going, well, Drew feels he should be in a higher spot than he's in already, then you can make his match feel more special by him. Because they always say if you don't main event, opening is sort of the next best thing.
Of all the matches that are on the card tonight, the one I would start with was the man that's just been on our screen and Logan Paul. I get AJ and Logan Paul out the way because all the matches are on, it's the weakest one, I think.
Oh, yeah, it is. And I mean, AJ needs to win. Let's not kill ourselves there. But I agree. I absolutely agree. Sniper saying, if it's Rusev returning, you do that first, in his opinion. Maybe, but if you're bringing someone back, you might want to just keep that. I mean, the interesting part is that you've got two mystery opponents tonight, so you've got potentially two returns, although you've only got one return if I get what I want, which I almost certainly won't. So you want to space them out. I don't think you do them like back to back or too close together because you want to give the crowd that time because things peak. And we have got to remember that whilst we are just tuning in now, as it's about to start in 34 seconds, according to Netflix, it is very much the case that a lot of those people will have been there for a long time already. Bear in mind that the kickoff show started at like 9-10 o'clock. So it can be long.
Yesterday, the NXT stand and deliver, didn't they, beforehand? And that was at like 9 o'clock in the morning because our AJ was meant to go into it, but he slept into 11, so he didn't go.
Well, this is the thing, I think, and that's why they've went 2 nights on Mania because for a period of time, I'd say from Mania 30, Mania 31 up until Mania 36 when they went 2 nights, it was too long. It was like 6 or 7 hours long, and that might be fine if you're in the house and you can maybe get away with that, but it becomes draining after a while. You get 3 hours, 3.5 hours, maybe 4 in, and the balloon's slightly burst, especially for the crowd. And yes, we're about to get underway. There was no national anthem last night. I noticed that. That's an interesting change. They normally do that at the big shows.
Well, maybe they were going to do it for the start of the second night. Maybe they're going to treat night one now like the pre-show.
Well, a lot of those matches felt like the pre-show matches, and I was watching some other wrestling YouTubers earlier on today. A couple of the ones that are on just now, guys like What Culture, Cultaholic, some of my favourites, and it does seem that the vibe that we were talking about last night is the general consensus about last night. A lot of the matches felt as if, we could have done that in Raw, particularly the World Tag Team title match. I think a lot of people are like, well, if we weren't doing anything big for that, why didn't we just put it, especially when you've got TLC on Friday. However, TLC on Friday will make SmackDown interesting. And I am someone who does tend to stay up and watch it if I can, although I found it harder now it's going to 4 hours. I must admit, that last hour kills me. Especially because I'm usually...
SmackDown, I don't think SmackDown can hold that amount. There's not enough talent on SmackDown for it to actually go that long.
No. Well, no, that is true. SmackDown was always perfect at 2 hours. Absolute perfect.
Stuart Henderson saying that Jelly Roll sang the anthem last night, but certainly didn't see it on Netflix.
I did not see that either, no. There's Randy Orton and his wife. You don't see his wife on camera very often, has to be said. Although, he's done all right for himself there. And for those of you who don't know, Randy Orton is absolutely my goat. Love Randy Orton.
I'm wearing mine tonight.
Yeah. Sniper saying Cultaholic are the goats. Well, I mean, Rabble Rasslin are now the goats, surely. But I see your point.
But if Cultaholic want to come on and join us and
would love that.
Happy.
Absolutely would love that. I love the guys over there. I have literally followed them for a decade since they were What Culture. To begin with, those guys, they are phenomenal what they do.
What can you see in the chat? Absolutely nothing.
We did not abandon the drinking game last night. Believe me, we didn't, because if you've seen how I felt when I woke up today, and how I'm sure Ian felt earlier on, you would know we didn't. The problem was that some of it was getting a bit silly, like to do it every time like WrestleMania was mentioned, or like when Jey Uso came out for his entrance party was supposed to be every time you hear yeet, we would have drank all the drink before he get in the ring.
It's also difficult because we can't have the sound up too loud, so we would miss a lot as well.
This is true. Copyright prevents us, unfortunately. But worry not, we will. We do have. Well, I don't know if Ian does. I think he does. So we do have some drink.
I do, but I'm starting off on a tea, but I will join in the drinking soon enough. If I go too quick, if I go too fast, too quick on 3 hours sleep, I might not make the end of this. So
this is true, and you really don't need me taking you through the last hour of this. I can tell you. I mean, I can do it, but you know. He's the match between Rhea Ripley and Io Sky. Well, Ripley, Io Sky, and Bianca. I'm torn over who I think's winning that match. It should be Io, because the way that they've built the story, Ian, is very much, she's been pie-faced a lot of the time, brushed aside by Rhea and Bianca as if she's an irrelevance. So having her win and ultimately stand tall at the end, I think it makes
to follow your thinking of last night. Io had stood tall in the last 2 SmackDowns or Raws, whatever they've been on.
Yeah. But so had Seth, and he won. I suppose that's a good thing about WWE now, Ian, is it's not as easily predictable on the basis of that. Because in the McMahon era, you knew that whoever stood tall on the go-home show was losing at the pay-per-view. That just was always how that worked. Very seldom, very rare was it any different to that.
What you see from the cheap seats, by the way, to answer that question, is there are monitors everywhere. There are big screens everywhere, so you don't not see it. And it's the cheap seats are there, so you can say you were there, but you still watch it on the telly.
Yeah. Oh, look who's there. It is Steph. From what I can garner, Stephanie, the only nice McMahon.
I mean, the Hall of Fame with Triple H was give thanks to Vince, but through gritted teeth.
Yeah, because they don't want to be mentioning Vince for obvious reasons, so I get that. But it's kind of difficult if you're Triple H and you're literally married to his daughter, and he kind of did give you the break. You sort of have to thank him. Slightly annoyed they didn't give us the full Stephanie entrance, because they done that. Was it last year at Mania? But
then we didn't have the full Triple H entrance yesterday either.
No, but I assumed that was because he was going to do the roll call for the Hall of Fame. Which incidentally, I've still not heard. I tried to have a look earlier to figure out why Lex wasn't there last night, and not only wasn't he there, he didn't mention him, and that's That's odd.
They showed him on the video from the Hall of Fame ceremony, but they didn't mention him.
Yeah, I hope. Listen, I hope he's okay. Maybe he's had a setback. Maybe he was busy doing that. He was at WrestleCon, I think. But yeah, I don't know why he wasn't even mentioned. But you know, he is in the Hall of Fame. That's the important thing. Maybe did he give Lexa an entrance of his own tonight? Maybe that's why he didn't do it. Possibly.
Maybe.
Still liking those announce tables.
But it'll be the last time you see him because it's Vegas.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but fair. There's always something that changes in the Raw after Mania, and if it's not going to be the set design, they might change the announce tables. Not to that design.
Only took us 3 hours to figure that out last night.
Yeah.
It's the triple threat.
Oh.
Because out comes IYO.
Nice. Yeah. Don't mind that.
Just think if we're going to do this wrestling quiz at some point, I've got a fair few decent questions already. Because obviously I can't take part because I've already won one quiz, so I'll be on another quiz, and we'll get everybody in at the end, and we could do a mixture of it all, football,
Absolutely.
whatever it was. The three quizzes all together. So it was the main quiz that we did for the Rabble, the SPFL quiz, and the wrestling quiz, and then just mix the last one up so the groups are the questions on all three different pods, which would be quite fun because it'll make it a bit more interesting.
Mm. Oh, well, here's one then, and I'll what I'll do is I'll give you until the end of this match, the chat to answer that. Ian can put his answer in. You'll probably know, but as we are at the 40th anniversary of WrestleMania, can anyone tell me what the very first match, what the opening match on the first WrestleMania was?
Oh.
As I say, you've got plenty of time to think about it. Ian can message in the private chat when he's got his answer, and at the end of this match, we'll reveal the answer. Think of it as like a sort of impromptu rabble wrestling sort of who am I, if you will. Like CJ Mack just straight away. No, I can't tell you. No. Fair. Sniper.
Tell you who would get this because he's a wrestling fan from back in the day. Brian would get that.
Oh, Brian would definitely get that. Yeah.
Apparently, I just spent some money. What did I spend money on?
You used to spend some money.
Yeah, it's that time of the night when your things come out. Oh, my Wi-Fi. So at least I know my Wi-Fi is going to stay on for the entirety of the show.
I'm glad that's where that went there. I thought when you looked at the phone, I mean, you started at sense, I thought you were about to go, oh, my wife. I said, oh, yeah, she's bought shoes again.
No, she's hopefully well asleep. I shouldn't get any messages going, shout out tonight. Didn't get any last night, to be fair, but...
Yes, but that's why you made the sensible choice to be in the surroundings you're in, rather than your normal podcasting surroundings, because as you pointed out, that was right underneath where your wife is sleeping, and that would be, well, poor. Some people coming in with answers. I will just say, and I'm not making accusations, but if you have Googled, it's only yourself that you've fooled. You've only let yourself down. Well, someone has already confessed their sins, Ian, that they have indeed Googled it. Cammy, you're right. Absolutely right.
But, you know, Handyman and Multiple Man, I wonder if they'd win this one. It was easy.
Well, here's the thing, Ian. You had a theory last night that could still play out tonight in this match. Because if Bianca wins, then could she win with the help of Naomi?
See, I was wondering if Naomi comes in, or does Jade come in and ruin it for Bianca? But or does Naomi come in and Jade's following her, this like carry on thing, and it distracts Belair and she loses, and then she turns on Jade. We'll see. Like I said, I'm dying on that hill. So,
well, you never know. Did you see, by the way, there was some... Now, I think people, as people do, because it's the internet, and internet is a strange place, Ian, as we know, that there were things going about this morning, including, by the way, in the Sun newspaper, on their online page, that Jade Cargill had apparently suffered wardrobe malfunctions last night. Now, we did point out the skimpiness of the outfits. Someone even called me Mary Whitehouse for pointing out. I wasn't complaining about it, by the way. I was just talking about it from the logistical point of view. If you're WWE and you're giving yourself the headache of having to cut cameras away because you think these are issues, then there are easier ways of dealing with it. That's all I was saying. Wasn't complaining. However, they're technically wrong because it wasn't quite what they thought it was. You know, they thought there was slips of the old nips, but that wasn't what happened at all. It was actually the outfit. Because if you see when she comes out initially, it's a sort of bodysuit outfit she's got on under it, which makes sense. And all that's happened is that's ripped a bit. So when she's adjusting herself, the underneath bit you're seeing is not what you think it is. It's just ripped pieces of the outfit.
It's clickbait.
It is, but I do have to laugh. Not at normal people on the internet doing it, because that's people going to be people. But the fact that a newspaper decides to post it, like, why? Just why? Here comes Rhea. Or sorry, here comes Mammy. What is that on her head?
The crown of hands.
With a dark veil. I mean, in my head, she definitely wore that on her wedding day. Walking down the aisle to Buddy.
I've seen the pictures. It was in black and red, I believe. But,
it was.
Well, she might have worn it on the wedding day, but at a different time and in the privacy of her own room. Let's just leave it there.
Yes, let's. Yes, we're 14 minutes into this broadcast, and already we've gone down a path. Well, sorry, we're 23 minutes in, rather, but we're 14 minutes into Mania. Yeah, I've seen as well, by the way. I don't know if you've seen, but the Americans, not the Americans, the Mexicans, not happy at all about El Grande Americano winning last night. They are deeply offended because they are very steeped in the lucha libre style and culture, because that is what they are. Over there, they love the lucha stuff, and I think do you know what it is as well? Because on the day that they've announced the purchase of AAA, which was one of the biggest lucha libre wrestling promotions in Mexico, alongside CMLL, I think their feeling is that you just bought AAA and then you've made an absolute mockery out of it, which is not strictly true.
I saw a meme today because obviously Alberto Del Rio is AAA champion.
So WWE, I presume that will not be the case any much longer, because they're not.
The meme said that they were going to change his name to AAA, Triple D, Triple I, Triple O, Triple S, which spells adios.
Yes. I'm sure if he could have got away with it, Papa H would have done the old Vince Jeff Jarrett routine where he, for real, actually fired Jeff Jarrett live on that broadcast of Raw when he announced the purchase of WCW.
Cammy, quickly, just to say that last night they actually focused in on the fans on the top of the ramp, on top of the stage, when Charlotte Flair came out. But everyone was knackered yesterday, so I'm not surprised we missed it.
I mean, it looks cool. I'm not sure I'd want to sit there though, because just logistically, I don't think that's actually a good view. It's a good view of the entrances, but
it's a hell of a way from the ring, isn't it?
Yeah, and the set looks like, I just don't know if it would affect your eye. Not if you're Alex, of course, because he's obviously very, very tall. But for mere normal people like me and you, I say that, I've never actually met you in person, so I don't know what height you are, Ian, but I assume you're not as tall as Alex.
I'm 5'10". Martin disagrees, but I'm 5'10".
Oh, well, that gives you a wee bit on me.
I want IYO to retain.
I do. It feels like the thing that makes the most sort of sense.
Because why would you have her be a sort of mini transitional champion, taking the belt off of Rhea on a Raw event, only to give it back to Ripley, or to give... Because I don't think you get... Well, you might get a heel turn if Bianca wins it, but I think you're probably more likely to get a heel turn if she loses.
Yeah. Her name is IYO, and she is the women's world champ. I wonder though, because in terms of things related to IYO, and of course you've got the damage control thing, could that be a return we see in the Raw after Mania, potentially for Kairi Sane or Asuka? You know, we thought Asuka might come back at the Rumble, and well, she didn't, obviously.
Well, there was issues behind the Asuka thing, because she had issues with a stalker and whatnot, didn't she?
Yes, yeah. Weird people out there. I remember Sonya Deville having an issue with that as well. Although that was very serious. I mean, that guy actually attempted to. I think he actually tried to break into her house, or he did try to kill her.
There we go. IYO just starts it off. IYO has started it off. She blocked both hands as they came out to push her away like they did before. Nice. Oh, Bianca's lost some flowers already.
Kamiki saying that Rhea looks like the Saw doll.
That's a bit harsh.
Oh, Michael, I want to play a game.
Oh, there used to be an app where you used to be able to do that, and it would the voice changer part of it would make it into that, and you just sent it to people. It was brilliant.
But that means there's an 11th Saw film that is in the works at the moment in production. Probably be released next year, if not later on this year. How is there 11 of them? I don't know. Because there's 11 of them, but only about 4 of them have actually been good.
The first 3 were decent. That was it.
The first 3 were decent. I actually thought Saw 10 was quite good in terms of it sort of went a bit back to basics. They brought Tobin Bell back, of course, which was nice because it allowed us to see that bit in between Saw 3 and 4 that we sort of heard the exposition about because he's cancer, but never seen, where he did go and try and get the experimental treatment. So it was interesting to see that, and obviously Amanda, but where the hell they go with Saw 11, I don't know. And the least said about Jigsaw and Spiral, the better.
Yeah, CJ Mack, I think you would get in trouble for that these days.
Yeah, why is it? Rhea definitely goes pint for pint with everyone in the pub. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, she's probably like under the table, hands down.
Not good.
Why is Connor wearing the zebra? Well, I'm not wearing the zebra kit. It's just a polo top with the Newcastle badge on it. It's not like okay.
The reason Blue Matt, the reason he does that is because he also supports Newcastle, which
I do. The honest truth of the matter is, I don't own any wrestling t-shirts, which is dreadful. Given I'm a wrestling fan, I should. I've got somewhere a foam old school WWF Big Eagle Championship, but it's God knows where it is.
Well, I've got the Euro WWE shop, which sends me stuff on my phone all the time, and they've just released a bunch of Cactus Jack stuff. It was 55 quid for a t-shirt.
Yeah, it's not cheap. Although, as I said, the John Cena Glasgow one last time is now actually wasn't too bad.
Like the referee, like grabbing out as if he's trying to grab her and pull her back in.
Get them on eBay. What? My title belt.
You can get them
to be on this show, never mind eBay, but yeah. No, we do not have Rabble Wrestling t-shirts yet, Jordan, but,
We're working on it.
We're working on it, and if there's enough demand, then we shall supply. No. I own precisely, not only do I not have a Hulkamania vest, I own precisely 0 vests. Because when you look like me, you do not wear a vest. You just don't. It doesn't look good. And I know Sniper. I know, but it was Kanike's fault. He made the reference, and I was just explaining some exposition. Okay, just one of these things.
So you can buy the replica belts. They're starting at about 70 quid up on eBay. I just said that the United States Championship was £70. The Undisputed World Heavyweight 102. The first one that came up was the new WWE Tag Team Championships that were on last night for 125.
They're usually the cheapest as well, the tag ones. Anyway, Bianca and Rhea teaming up again to dispatch of IYO, which is again another reason why IYO has to win, because they're trying to make this match all about those two, one-on-one.
Which is good for IYO because they just batter each other and then she just comes in and wins it.
Yeah. Do you know the only thing I didn't enjoy about the build-up to this was that when they done the bit after contract signing and Adam Pearce had announced the title match between Rhea and IYO that for the next week, and he said to Rhea, look, I've been trying to nail you down for your rematch for ages and you just keep ignoring me, so we're not going to do it anymore. This is when it's going to happen. I didn't like the fact that at no point in the weeks prior to that had that even been seen. We hadn't even been told that Rhea had a rematch, because the automatic rematch clause was supposed to be a thing of the past.
And Cammy, the Winged Eagles 100, 120. If the official WWE replica belts, they would go for a lot more. I said that the one that my mate bought at the O2 when we went there was £600 direct from fan fanatics.
Well, I mean, the Winged Eagle is, it is the GOAT. It's the best one, isn't it?
It's the
sorry?
It is to me. That's why our Wrestling one is the Winged Eagle. Currently held by Geordie, by the way. Still.
Oh, don't I know it? Because I can't compete for it until somebody beats them for it.
Oh, there we go. This is where IYO gets back into it now.
Although I will point out that Geordie lost his last title match. He just didn't lose it by pinfall or submission. So
Craig's fault. Craig's character's fault for not thinking about getting him back in the ring.
Taking the cheap way out. I'm calling that a heel turn for Geordie if it wasn't already one. Yeah, I liked it, but do you know what? I don't think it done him any favours, Ian, was when Cody came out with all the old titles surrounding the new one in the middle of it. Because as much as the new one isn't the worst design I've seen, when you've seen some of them, you went, oh, they just look so much better. Even the spinner, you went, that's actually better. But particularly the one that I looked at the most was
the spinner. We've discussed it. The spinner only really worked for one person.
It did, but the one that I thought the most was the one just before the spinner, the Undisputed WWE title that they had before that, and that was out there. And I just looked at it and thought, you could still use that belt now, because you just put a new look sort of logo on it, and it just would look so much better than what we've got.
Cammy, you can't call out Geordie for a title match because you've got Martin first of all, because you called him out already. So that's that being your next match. Connor's called me out, but he wants it at Mania, so I've given it to him at Mania.
Yeah, well, listen. If we're going to give the people me and you inside Hell in a Cell, you don't give that away on weekly television. You give that away on the grandest Rabble wrestling stage of them all, which is, of course, WrestleMania. Now that will take place. When will that take place, Ian? I assume before Backlash. So
we'll have before Backlash. We'll have one more. We'll do a Rabble because things have been a bit all over the place since we the season and the matches in Europe and the watch-alongs for the Champions League and whatnot. It's been a little bit hit and miss, but we'll be back this week, either Wednesday or Thursday, and we'll get it on. Sniper, I don't know who you've got to fight with off the top of my head, but all will be revealed shortly. And careful what you wish for, because you can have a fight with Doreen if you want it on 2K25 when that is released when we do that after WrestleMania.
Just know, Sniper, that if, or rather when, Doreen beats you, I'm not sure you'll have any credibility left anymore on 2K25. I will just say that. Although, do you know what? I can't wait for it all. I think it'll be great. And given the immense work that Ian done with the Rabble Rumble arena and the Rabble Chamber, I cannot wait to see what WrestleMania is going to look like. That, I think, will be incredible.
That's no pressure at all then, is it? You know what I mean?
Well, they've all been incredible, so, I wouldn't imagine the standards will go up.
Connor's got to deal with me, first of all, Sniper. So
once his guy's fixed, well, I've got a match with Ian at WrestleMania, but, I did say, and nobody took me up on it, after Ian accepted my challenge for Mania, I then laid out an open challenge for the next weekly or fortnightly 2K show, which was not answered by anyone. So if your character is fighting fit and ready for this coming week, then by all means, I'm sure Big Boss Man McDougall can arrange to have me against you on the card.
I'm sure I could.
And I agree, Sniper, this match has been pretty decent, actually.
We've ripped time from the top rope.
And that big body check that Bianca done to IYO a few moments ago looked absolutely nasty.
Oh, we reversed it.
Oh, good reversal.
Oh, taken to the face.
Oh, good God. That looked sore. KOD. Oh, Ripley with a save. Oh,
Right, I'm not saying this, but I know Jay won and everyone was happy for it. But so far, match 1 of night 2 has surpassed the first 3 matches of night 1.
Agreed, yes. Well, I mean, the only 2 I really, really enjoyed last night was Jacob Fatu and LA Knight and the main event. And to be fair, Tiffany and Charlotte wasn't too bad. And as it turns out, by the way, Tiffany did not lose any teeth. She is fine.
No, she didn't. It looked like she did, but it might be like you said, it was blood on the teeth or whatever. But she does have a mark on her head.
It was I think a bit of blood, but a combination of, she was wearing a sort of darker shade lipstick, and I think some of that's rubbed off as well and sort of created the weird colour that we've seen because it was a mix of blood and that. But yes, thankfully, the pearly whites are fine.
And if you haven't seen the interview with on the kickoff between the hosts of that plus Montez Ford talking about Bianca Belair because people eyeing her up and whatnot, and he says, "Fine, you can always look at the menu, but I'm the only one who knows what it tastes like."
Nice. Yeah, okay, Sniper, Nobody likes a know-it-all. All right, a smart ass. Look at people need to listen to me. I also said Seth coming to him again. Well, I think I find that Ian also said that.
Yes,
and
I said that.
The accusations that were labelled at the end of the show, I also agreed with him in saying that at the start of the show as well. Oh yeah, Fatu's going to have a lengthy title reign. I think we maybe get Solo versus Jacob Fatu at SummerSlam for the US title, with Jacob still retaining, in my opinion. Because I see why you could give Jacob a year run with that belt. Someone needs a long reign with the US title now to make it feel big again. And if you give him at least until Mania next year, then when you do that match, it's going to feel.
Oh, she landed
big.
on her feet.
Oh,
Gonna go Riptide.
yeah.
No.
Kevin Wakeman said apparently there was sandbagging between Charlotte and Tiffany. No wonder it wasn't good. Yeah, there was probably a bit of that. Yeah.
KOD again.
Bang.
I think that's it.
She's not winning this. Io Sky is going to fly in here.
Oh,
yes.
she goes.
Genius of the Sky. What a splash. Moonsault to
me.
Yes. Right call. Absolutely right call. Given the way this story's been put forward, had to be that.
Right, so it's safe to say then, from now on, moving forward into the future, night one of WrestleMania is a very long pre-show.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know who our next opponent is, but if you wanted to do Bianca versus Rhea at Backlash, I wouldn't have a problem with that. And have IYO against, I don't know. Well, I suppose it's all there. I mean, Liv's probably going to lose the tag titles tonight, so you could have IYO against Liv. So long as IYO retains, of course.
No, I'm glad that they did that. I'm glad that they did that. It would have been easy to give it to one of the other two.
Shout, by the way, if you carry that. IYO against Paige. Would not mind that. Same here, Sniper. IYO is... Do you know the thing is with IYO's guy? It took a while for her to kind of grow on me. When she first was in NXT as Io Shirai, I thought she was good, but I didn't fully get it. And she was the NXT Women's Champion, but since she came up to the main roster at SummerSlam a couple of years ago, in fact, debuted after
against Bianca Belair.
Yeah, I thought, this is a one going forward. It did get a bit messy in the sort of between the middle and end of the Bayley damage control story era thing, because she climbed over Bayley to win the Money in the Bank. So that should have been the moment of Bayley turning and that whole thing happening there, but they held it for too long. Bayley looked slightly stupid not to have seen it coming. But the match itself was brilliant on that Mania. And much like this, I actually don't think Io Sky is capable of having a bad match.
Just going to see if I was going to say, wonder if anything happens in the ring, but no, they faded out to an ad break.
By the way, can I just point out what a huge coup for Io that is, because that is the first time that Bianca Belair has been pinned at WrestleMania.
It's also the first time that Io Sky has won at WrestleMania.
Yes, absolutely. So that is impressive. But you know what? They foreshadowed that, didn't they? Because on Raw, they done the video packages and Bianca said, I've never been pinned at Mania. So you knew if she was losing, she was getting pinned. I mean, Jordy, if it's AJ Lee that returns and becomes Lyra Valkyria's tag team partner tonight, then I will drink all of the drink in one go. That's risky because it's WWE and anything can happen, but I'm fairly confident. More WrestleMania questions between matches, Connor. I can do that. The answer to the first question, by the way, was Tito Santana versus the Executioner. People Googled it and ruined it. So I'm going to say this now. If I'm going to ask mid-match questions or between-match questions, no Googling. And if you do Google, just don't put it in the chat. So it doesn't spoil things for people. Okay. What could the next question be?
But what's the next match going to be?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. I would say Ian can maybe think of questions. I think his brain's tired. Okay. Here's a question. WrestleMania 2 took place in multiple cities. The first and only time that they attempted to do something like that. Can you name the cities that WrestleMania 2 took place in?
I've been watching all this stuff with on YouTube as well recently, and I do know because we're talking about it.
I will say that there is 3 in all to get. I'm happy to accept the states because two of the cities are slightly more obscure city names, I suppose. But there were 3-0.
So it's the Sin City Street Fighter that could go next.
Sniper. I won't Google it. I just won't answer if I don't know it. Even you could be as blunt as CJ Mack was with the first question. He literally just, when I said, "Can you name it?" He went, "No, I can't." So fair enough. I have just realised, of course, Ian can see the comments.
I just won't take part. I'll let them take part.
Well, if you can think of a question for the next between match, Ian, then you can ask it if you want to. If not, I'm happy to be quizmaster. Although,
no, I think I've got one for the next one. I think I've got one.
Oh, good. I like that. Right. Well, whilst we're getting the packages here, my bladder is calling. So if Ian doesn't mind for 2 moments holding the fort, I shall be back.
Jordy, I think if they've got any real thing of putting the gold back on Drew, he needs to win tonight. Has to. Or is he going to be doing the thing to put Priest over for another title run? But I would sooner see the gold on Drew because I think Drew's got a better character than El Champion. Ooh. This is why I don't leave me to do things by myself. Yeah, well, they don't really do that anymore, though. Yeah, it is promo time. I'm going to build this up and build this up and build this up. No point me having that anymore. Oh. Don't forget, though, we do still have merch if you want merch. Look, we get a drink this cup. I had one of these last night, completely forgot all about it. And when I came to the end of the last night's show, got myself on a cup of tea right at the end of it, and it was still warm. Yeah, and Kevin, that's why I think he deserves another title push. Because he did, he carried that CM Punk, and now he's carrying this one as well. So I think that's a very good shout as to why Drew wins tonight and moves forward, and they should be putting gold back on him, whether he takes it off of Jay, or whether he takes it off of whoever comes out the other side of the Cody and Cena thing. I just don't think it would be a bad idea to put the gold around Drew's waist again. And plus, he's a good Rangers man, so why not? Let's do it.
I agree, 100%. And I would like to see somewhere in this run before the year's out, Drew babyface turn to take on Cena. Because the good thing about Drew's character is you don't have to change it for him to be a babyface. He can still be the same slightly bit of a bell end type character, but just have him do it to the heels. You know, in the same way that Austin was never a white meat babyface. Austin was never a good guy. He was a sort of anti-hero. I think you can do that with Drew.
And the fans love Drew as well.
He still gets great pops. I felt a bit for Damian Priest when they were in the UK because he was in. And don't get me wrong, it was smart that in one of the shows they didn't even have Priest on it because he was obviously. People in the UK love Damian Priest, but he wasn't going to get as big a reaction as McIntyre. Not in the UK.
But he was on the SmackDown show. He just wasn't in the ring. It was backstage, wasn't it? Because they put him in the Priest put him through the car.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think that was the better way of doing it because at least he's not in the arena. Because Damian Priest is great. He is. And if they want to give him another title run before he hangs it up, I wouldn't be against it. That's
I'm trying to work out what it's from.
I was going to say, is that a Halo mask?
There's a different game that sprung into my head, but I can't remember what it was called. But it could be a Halo thing.
Don't worry, folks, my camera's about to come back on.
Not Halo, Doom.
Doom. Doom McIntyre. Sniper saying it looks like a cross between Shredder and Cano. You know, I was a thought that sprung into my head last night, Ian. Or rather, this morning, yesterday morning. When we were talking about people who are multi-time Hall of Famers, Kane and Undertaker could technically fall into that bracket because they're both in it individually, but you could put the Brothers of Destruction in as a team.
They could.
Also, surely, if you're doing matches going into the Hall of Fame, then surely Hell in a Cell 98 has to go into the Hall of Fame, which would then make Mick Foley, stroke Mankind. I mean, I know why they didn't, but I would have loved them to have put all three faces of Foley in. Just have them like a full-time Hall of Fame. Just have Dude Love, Mankind, Cactus Jack. The only part about the Cactus Jack that was weird was when he was teaming with Terry Funk, but Terry Funk was called Chainsaw Charlie and was basically wearing tights on his head. I'm not entirely sure what the point of that was. Why couldn't you just have him be Terry Funk?
Because it was Vince. That's why.
Yeah. Because the character was the same as Terry Funk's character. The only difference was that he had a chainsaw and tights in his head.
Well, there you go. There's Geordie. We all remember Gunther when he was Volta. But speaking of Gunther, my old technology teacher is a wrestler who goes by Bonesaw in OTT. He went against Gunther when he was called Walter and came in on Monday and his chest was red raw because Gunther does give one hell of a chop.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he definitely took over the mantle for Ric Flair as the best chopper in the business, hands down. I mean, Prime Ric Flair was very good and he left marks as well, but not in the way that Gunther did. And don't get me wrong, Big Show's when he done the big and then bang, that looked painful. I always remember, I think it was Michael Cole, one of the good calls he done back in the day, and he said, you know, that's like getting hit by a frying pan because of how big the Big Show's hands were. Although you were saying that you didn't think Braun Strowman was as big as you expected him to be.
No, he didn't look huge. I mean, the only time I'd ever been to another WWE event was a long, long time ago. And it was when Ray and Eddie Guerrero were doing the whole custody of Dom thing. And Big Show came out, and I was in the cheap seats for that one, and Big Show just looked like an ordinary sized human being from the cheap seats. So he must have been huge.
Yeah.
But from where I was to think, it was just, he didn't, I mean, it might just be because we were sunk down a bit lower, but he just didn't look as tall as I expected it.
What about Jacob Fatu? What was it like seeing him up close?
Well, it was shocking because we weren't expecting him to come out, and it was like we just saw this flash of grey run across the. Like, who the fuck's that? And then it was Jacob Fatu. That was he's decent.
I'm back. Was I right? Were you right about what, Cammy? That is true, Kevin. Yeah, Roman could. I mean, he will be a Hall of Famer on his own merit. He's the longest modern day world champion that WWE's had, or WWE champion. And then the Shield, yeah, which could make Rollins and Ambrose potentially multi-time Hall of Famers. But in saying that, I think Ambrose only gets in with the Shield. Not that Ambrose wasn't good, because I liked Ambrose, but the resume of them was better.
Ambrose will have to come back for the Shield to get into the Hall of Fame.
He'll come back one day. I'm sure of that. The WrestleMania question. Yes. Well, generally speaking, it's supposed to be after the match, but
You
I'm
asked
happy.
it before the match started, so I think it's only fair.
Cammy, what did your answer? Okay, Cammy's answers were New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. That is correct. Yes.
However, only 2 of the locations actually went live because one of them, the feed failed and they couldn't get it out.
Yes, it was Uniondale, New York, Rosemont, Illinois, and Los Angeles, California. Sniper also got it right. He said LA, New York, and Chicago, as did Mark Doyle. If somebody else put it in, I missed it. But yeah, well done. If you didn't Google it. But I'm very much looking forward to this match, and then Ian's question after this match. Indeed, yes. Well done, Mark and Cammy. Good evening to you as well, CGM. Stroke morning. Phone sufficiently charged now. Good.
Mine isn't. But then I don't need my phone because I'm on my laptop. But
All I've been watching is WrestleMania stuff for the last couple of weeks. Yes, but obviously not the first WrestleMania because you had to Google that answer.
mm-hmm.
Cammy, not a fan of Damian Priest's entrance.
Well, it's not the best, but it suits Priest.
Mark Doyle's got WrestleMania 50 Greatest Moments DVD, and it tells you. Because if you own WrestleMania 50, then you live in the future, Mark. So it's obviously the 50 Greatest Moments.
If you do live in the future, can you tell me what the lottery numbers are for next week, please?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind, that would be nice. You just know that Mark Doyle, being that he lives in the future, has recently just seen John Cena come out of retirement for a Saudi show.
One more match.
I know, Cammy, I know. We did say that. There's always one, Ian, when you make a joke and try out a cigar stick, and you just have to bring it right back down to reality, I think you'll find he actually means, okay, Cammy.
That's because Cammy just wants to pick on people to get matches on 2K24. They've just walked all the way down the ramp, now they're going to walk all the way back up it.
I was just annoyed about the fact that at the Rabble Chamber, when I was in the final 2, I didn't even get a move in. I literally was dazed on my feet, got hit with a finisher, and was done. Didn't even have a chance. Although, had I won, I could only have challenged for the Question of the Day title.
Which is now Aaron, who shockingly beat Blood Diamond in a shockingly poor ladder match.
I might just have to make my own title and call it the FTR title.
Well, like the like on AEW with the what was the one they made?
The FTW title was the one. Well, Taz had made that years ago in his WS. Yeah, well, yes, the first 2 letters would stand for the same, but the R would of course stand for Rabble Wrestling.
How long before the Prime trolley gets knocked over? Because as you said last night, it's only there to be knocked over. So
I think that gets knocked over during Logan Paul's match. I think AJ throws him into it. And also, on that match as well, Ian, who's going to be dressed up as the Prime Bottle with Logan Paul this year? Because the last 2 years they've had someone there. It's KSI and
I Show Speed.
Could it be Jake Paul? I mean, he appeared at the Saudi show, so he has appeared on WWE television. I've got plenty of wrestling DVDs as well. Which is funny because you don't need them anymore. It's all on Netflix. But yeah, I've got a few. Although there's some that are not. I've got like remember when they used to do at the end of the years, they would bring out like the best of Raw 2009 or the best of SmackDown. So I've got one or two of them lingering about somewhere. I've got the 15th anniversary of Raw DVD that they brought out, the 3-disc edition. That was quite good. I used to like the tagged classics, I think it was called, where you could get two things on it, and they had the old school Attitude Era Best of Raw Volume 1 and 2, which was quite good. Yeah, I've got a few of them.
McIntyre's brother just handed him his phone.
Drew McIntyre has just sent out a tweet. I love that. I love that Drew plays into that. I assume you also have a wrestling DVD collection.
Yeah, I had. I mean, I've had the tagged classics as well from SummerSlam, a few SummerSlams. I had the best of Raw. Never could get my hands on a Raw versus WCW. I kind of got one, but it wasn't like the full thing. And then I had the DX, the story of DX, the story of The Rock. As well, but I've got quite a few of the books as well. So I've got Foley's book, Bischoff's book, The Rock's book, Stone Cold's book. I did have Bret the Hitman Hart's, but I can't find that one anymore.
Yeah, I don't have any of the books. I do have the DVDs. Yeah, I've got the Mick Foley Hard Knocks and Cheap Pops DVD, which is quite good.
Foley is good. That's the one I've got.
Mark Doyle. I have the AJ Styles TNA DVD that cost me a tenner, worth 150 quid now. Is it? Is it actually worth 150 for a DVD? The TNA one? I don't know many more, but I don't know what happened to them right enough. Probably just lost in transition when I've moved houses and stuff. But I did have at one point a box set. It was 3 TNA pay-per-views you could buy in a box set. They used to do it sometimes. I bought it for like a market or something, because that only cost me about 15 pounds, and it was Final Resolution 2008, which is weird because, of course, LOL TNA, there were 2 pay-per-views called Final Resolution from TNA in 2008, one at the start of the year and one at the end of the year, because of course there was. I had the one for the end of the year because it was chronological, and then Genesis 2009 and Turning Point 2009, which was the Main Event Mafia storyline, was the through line of those 3.
I tell you what, kind of WWE are not slow. WWE Euro Shop, the official European shop for WWE, has already released the EO Sky Champion T-shirt at £28.
Well, they don't hang about, do they? I still want to know, by the way, if anyone bought the Dominik Mysterio toilet paper from Bad Blood. And I think Michael Cole definitely had a mishap when he said that people should send in videos of what they were doing with that toilet paper. Maybe not a good idea. I can confirm that you're correct, Sniper. Triple H won King of the Ring 97. Billy Gunn was in 1999. Because you then had Kurt Angle 2000. Yeah, Kurt Angle 2000, because Edge won it in 2001. Yeah, because Kurt Angle in 2000 had 3 matches that night. One, which lived in infamy on the WWE Do Not Try This at Home promo bombing videos they used to do before shows, where he suplexed Shane into the glass that was supposed to break and it didn't, and Shane literally just landed banging the top of his bonds on concrete. That wasn't fun, I'm sure.
And that looked like Drew was going to try and end Priest there, but Priest comes back with a sort of choke slam. Did get a Claymore in, though.
He did get a Claymore in, yes.
So the green T-shirt guy, because obviously there was a comment earlier on about him being down at ringside with Wade Barrett. Apparently, green T-shirt guy does 2 jobs for the WWE. He is the center for the ring, for the cameras, because they're not all the same shape and size and all the rest of it. So he sits where he sits so that the camera can center on a particular person. And apparently he does some social media stuff for him as well.
Ah, nice. So did you actually, when you get there, do you actually see like the ring crew and stuff like that setting things up when you go into the building?
No, it's all set by the time you get in there. It's all done. Because when the O2, they had Friday Night SmackDown, and then the next night they had Usher playing 2 nights before Monday Night Raw came in. So they had to take it all down, change it all back, and then put it all back up again for Monday.
Oh, what a pain in the ass that would be. You'd be like, could you not just have booked Usher later, but next week when we're not here?
But while they were doing that, they were...
Is there any, when you go in, because I've never been to a live WWE event of any kind, do you get told that there are like do's and don'ts when you go in? Is there somebody that says, look, don't do that?
Yes. So when we got there, we had the special entrance and all that sort of stuff. So we weren't queuing up with the riffraff. We had our own little entrance way to go in. But the first night, they take your signs off you. They measure them because they can only be a certain size. And they kept saying to us they need to be A4. It's like you haven't got that right. That's wrong.
Because A4's just a tiny bit of paper.
Said it's got to be at least A3, surely. And they confiscated 2 of our signs. And then they gave them us back.
All right.
Because I think they made the mistake with the size. I mean, one of them literally just said, "My boss thinks I'm off sick." and then
I think they were confused by the Rabble Wrestling sign.
No, that one got in.
Oh.
Through the table goes Drew.
1, 2, kick out.
Because I thought the Rabble Wrestling one wouldn't get in because we were like and subscribe, and I had my own Twitch channel on there, and a couple of the other guys' Twitch channel was on there as well. So I didn't think they'd let us in for advertising, but that one got in. And
yeah, they've done that for a few though, because I've seen What Culture and Cultaholic and Wrestle Talk signs and all that in there and things like that. So people do it because I've seen the ones where people wrote, "Oh, Simon Miller, give this an up," because obviously he does the ups and downs thing.
And once you were in, you were in. You couldn't leave to go out for like cigarettes and that sort of stuff. So once you were in, you were in. If you went for a cigarette, that was you. You were done. You weren't getting back in.
It's very harsh.
I know. And on the Raw event, because we were in the hospitality boxes, we were told no filming, no taking pictures, and also told no swearing.
Yeah.
So I filmed, I took pictures, and swore like a trooper all night.
Love it. Yes. Yeah, you could hear Shane said bump, and you're right, Sniper. And it's one of the reasons why, although his last run wasn't great, I will always love and respect Shane McMahon, because as you say, that mad bastard indeed told Kurt Angle to keep going, because Kurt wanted to stop, because understandably Kurt Angle was fearing that he was going to lose his job, because you've just concussed the boss's son on live television. Not a good place to be.
Do you know why on the Coast to Coast, why Shane always used a trash can?
No.
So the trash can was used to soften the blow.
Right. Okay.
Because it was the trash cans. Obviously, they're not proper trash cans. They're made out of aluminium or aluminum, as the Americans like to call it. So it's a collapsible element, and it would always be a softer thing than Shane's 2 feet landing square across your chest. So
yeah. We call things the right thing over here, though. I mean, the Americans also call football soccer. You know,
this is very true.
They're just wrong.
One of the comedians, Matt Rife. I don't know if you've heard of Matt Rife, but he did a tour in the UK, and he was arguing with the crowd about the spelling of aluminum to aluminium. And he was going, "Where have you got the extra letter? Where have you got the extra letter from?" He said, the crowd are arguing with him, saying, "It's not us, it's you lot that have changed the letters of it." And he's like, "No, rubbish." And he actually ended up Googling it live on stage. And he's like, "I hate you all." And then just to be proved that Americans have buggered it up.
Yes. What is aluminium? Aluminum. Aluminum. That's basically what they did.
Kurt Lap, I'm not going to bring your comment up, but You're here too. Just saying.
You are here, yes. You have seen the title of this video and decided to tune in, and thank you very much indeed for doing so. Yeah, the thing is, EGM Shane, to be fair to him, basically pitched doing all that stuff himself. He wanted to do it when he took like the fall off the big stage at SummerSlam and all that sort of stuff. Like, he wanted to do that.
I mean, that one falling off the stage from high up against Steve Blackman when Shane dropped on that one. That was nuts.
He just hit in the back of the head with the candlestick and just that was. I don't believe you missed anything, Blue Mac. I'm not entirely sure when you left, but yes, that EO won, and this match is obviously still going on. Nothing else has happened that you've missed.
I'm already more impressed with Night 2.
Yeah, 100% already. This match has been superb. There's always going to be. Oh, that's the match over.
Into the chair. That's got to be it, surely.
Good night, Vienna. Thanks for coming, Damian Priest. 1, 2, 3. Big win for Drew. And finally, we have a happy Rangers fan today.
Mm-hmm.
Good on you, Drew. Right call, because listen, that doesn't harm Damian Priest in any way.
No.
If they wanted to do another match, they could, but it makes all the sense in the world because Priest has beat Drew a few times during his world title run via means. Not all his fault, but yeah, I like that finish. Now get Drew in a title picture. Do the right thing, WWE.
Did he ever go after Jay after the Bloodline thing, though? Because if he hasn't, that's the way you could get him into that storyline. Now he's going to take his revenge on Jay for ruining his titles.
That is... Someone phone WWE and get Ian a job on creative, because that's exactly what you now have to do. Jay's first opponent as world champion being Drew would be perfect, because having Jay retain in that situation is massive for him, and it gives Drew a main event storyline that he deserves for now, because he will win a title down the line, but you're not going to put the belt on Jay to take it off him a month later. So,
no.
But I like that. It's a good call. I suppose you could maybe also do Drew versus Cody after Cody loses, because they have been teasing that. Drew's been in Cody's ear a few times.
And he did come out at the O2. I'm bringing up the O2 again because I was there. But he did come out at the O2 event as well with Cody and Randy were in the ring. I know he ended up having a match with Randy that night, but that's another little tease. Okay, yeah. So I've said at the end of tonight that the Seth Rollins part isn't over. And I think that Seth comes out tonight to help Cena win against Cody because Paul Heyman has always been The Rock's wise man, and they both joined The Rock's little group. So if that happens, first thing in the morning, I email WWE Creative and I will apply for a job.
Yes. And you're right, Sniper. That is why Google runs the Rabble Wrestling. Although it's a joint enterprise. But yes.
I don't own the Rabble Wrestling. I do the 2K24 stuff. Me and Connor co-own Rabble Wrestling.
Yes, we do. We're like Stone Cold Steve Austin and Eric Bischoff. And I'll let you decide who's who. Right, Ian. You said you thought of a question for this in-between match break, so...
I did. And the question I have is, who has the most amount of WrestleMania losses?
Oh, that is a very good question.
So I'll say it again. Who has, from WrestleMania 1 all the way through to now, well, obviously WrestleMania 40 because this one hasn't finished yet, who has the most amount of losses at WrestleManias?
I think I know that, you know. Although my head is going, yeah, but that might not be right.
Well, nobody else has actually put it in the private chat. Christ, what time are they going to be on? AJ's name will be on that wall. Because he's been in that shop and he's going back again Monday.
Is he going back?
I've been watching
his...
He's there tonight. He went to SmackDown. He was meant to go to NXT Stand and Deliver, but he slept in. And yeah, I think he said he was going back on Monday. Wait, Connie, you've given me two, so you're going to have to pick one.
So when's he back then? Midweek?
I would imagine so, yeah. I'd imagine he's gone out for the full event. I mean, that must have cost a pretty penny.
Mark Doyle asks a question. That's a good question. Is anyone else getting fed up with the celebrity nonsense?
Mm-hmm.
I am. I mean, look, when you think of Logan Paul, right? Logan Paul is bloody annoyingly good in the ring. He is. And to be fair to him, he did train quite well and quite hard to be good, you know. But I agree. I don't like, I said this last night, I don't like the fact that Logan Paul gets to just be on WrestleMania because he's Logan Paul and he's a celebrity. Because there are guys who've bust their ass for the past year to get on Mania and they can't get on, such as the SmackDown WWE tag team division who deserve a Mania match, particularly a TLC one, and they haven't got it. I think that's poor from WWE, I have to say. But unfortunately, it's all about branding and money, doesn't it? And that's the reason why the Prime bottles are there and it's in the middle of the bloody ring. But I agree. You know, and listen, WWE not the only company that do it. Others do. Not as egregiously as WWE these days, I will say, but they do. I mean, I always remember WCW had Dennis Rodman and guys like that.
But also the celebrities in the crowd and all the rest of it. It used to be at the big ones, so the Rumbles, the Manias, the big PLEs. It's every week now. It's at Raw, it's at SmackDown, it's at PLEs, it's on. It doesn't matter. And I get it when you're in different countries, putting celebrities in from different countries on when you're there. That makes sense. But do you have to do it every week?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, every Raw, every SmackDown. I mean, they even do it twice. I mean, I'm not being funny, right? Lewis Capaldi was shown on screen when they were in Glasgow on Raw, and then when they were in London on SmackDown, they also showed Lewis Capaldi. And I'm thinking, well, hold on. I get why you showed him. You've shown him in Glasgow because he is from Scotland, albeit he's from, I think, is it Blantyre? I think he's from, but that makes sense. Show him in Glasgow. Why are you showing him in London? I mean, he's known there, but
I think it was a tour.
He's a hometown guy.
I also think he was playing the O2 at some point as well. But
yeah, and you're right, Cammy. There is a lot of the Netflix stuff. You know, a lot of people who are on Netflix shows are just being shown. But that's partly because, as you say, it's because they're tied in with Netflix. They're obviously promoting other Netflix shows. So they can go, listen, this show's on Netflix. So Black Mirror, go and watch that. In fairness, from what I understand, you probably should watch Black Mirror because it's meant to be quite good.
Black Mirror is freaking amazing. I've got one episode of the new series to go, but it's been absolutely brilliant.
Did you have not seen it?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it, but you know, maybe I will.
Oh, they're brilliant. They're brilliant. And the fact that
answer the question. When we do it during the entrances, I'll let Ian decide that though.
Yeah, we'll wait for the entrances. Give people another chance.
What we'll do though, Ian, because if we're going to plug things, let's plug ourselves for a second, if we may. Firstly, as we're in the middle of this promo, if you enjoy this and you like it, then give it a thumbs up. Like, if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel. It is free to do so. If you love your wrestling and you want to hear us talk more about it and you want to be part of the 2K stuff that you've heard us mention with WrestleMania coming up, you can do so by becoming a member of the Rangers Ramble podcast. We have multiple tiers, and you'll see the wee button below that will allow you to do that, so go check that out. Loads of other shows as well, besides that. SPFL show would be one of them, an EPL show. There is a movie show if you're into your films as well. and loads of other great content. You also get the exclusive ability to comment on the afternoon rabbles and take part in the Who Am I's and the Question of the Days, which people always enjoy. So make sure you do that. And also, on a Rabble Wrestling note, because this is important, when myself and Ian do the actual Rabble Wrestling shows, the weeks that aren't 2K shows, and we're having our conversations, and again, you become a member, you join the Discord as well, we are looking for you guys to be part of that and send questions to us. So we will put a shout out when we're going to do shows, and you put in Discord any questions you've got, any points you want to make to us, and we will bring it up in the show and we will talk about it. You can either type it, you can leave us a voice note, which will play on the show, or a video note. You know, get your face on screen if you want to as well. We are happy to take all of it. But it's all about you guys, and we want that engagement and interaction that we're getting tonight and last night as well, which was superb. So by all means, do that. I am now finished plugging. But yes, what's not to love about it? As we see Penta entering here.
We can talk about Braun Breaker's spear on Carlito. For me, only the second best spear of 2025, because the one he did on ISO Speed will be number one forevermore, because I cannot stand ISO Speed. So that'll be the best one of 2025 for me. And ISO Speed, if you're watching, I don't care.
I will say I watched that on loop for about a week after it. I enjoyed it immensely. Did you reveal the answer, by the way, Ian?
I haven't yet. The answer is, and Connor, you got it. You got it. The answer is, well, the answer isn't Ric Flair. The answer isn't Chris Jericho. Sniper got it, as did you, with Triple H. But Cammy got it first. So Cammy wins that one.
Yeah, I'll let folks know a secret. When Ian said I had put two answers at first, I was torn between Edge and Triple H, because I knew Edge had won a few, but I knew he had lost, particularly as a single superstar, a few. Because he won the ladder matches, well, the triangle ladder match at 2000, WrestleMania 16, WrestleMania 2000, as part of Education, and then he won the TLC at Mania 17, but he lost a few solo ones that I couldn't remember. But then I remember they also did win Money in the Bank, so that's what swung it to Papa H for me. And Smoke, my guy, you're obviously a regular feature on the Rabble and a regular face here, so thank you indeed for joining us. You know that we do enjoy your contributions around here. To your point, though, if you love films or television programs, they're also fake, but we still enjoy them. It's all fun. And we're glad to have you here, and it is our mission, it's our job to get you hooked into it. We've done it with Ian Thompson, by the way. He wasn't a wrestling fan, and we've got him into it. Good old Tim Sharp as well. That is what we aim to do. We aim to please Smoke, so stick around, my friend.
At the end of the day, I always refer to this as the best soap opera on TV.
It is.
Because it's scripted like a soap opera. It's acted out like a soap opera. It's not depressing. I just think that the wrestling is just escapism at its very, very best.
It is indeed. And Smoke, absolutely no requirements for it.
Dom's struggling to get the helmet off. Get the mask off, couldn't do it.
Don't clip that and put it out of context. No apologies necessary, Smoke. At the end of the day, we aim to please and we aim to win as many people over as possible. That is the job. So, by all means, we're glad you're here. Hopefully, you'll stick around.
But then he says that we're insane, but he's the one who came on at 1:15 in the morning to tell us that.
He also referenced Ultimate Warrior, by the way, so that's a good knowledge there. You know,
not a universally liked person behind the scenes, Ultimate Warrior.
Well, now see, Smoke, that, as I said, is the beauty of being a member of the channel. You get all this groovy stuff, not just this, loads of other stuff, but we we've decided to do the WrestleMania watch along as public to open it up to as many people as possible. Why not? It is the biggest wrestling event of the years, so it's great. Smoke says he's always up. He's always awake anyway, so happy days. Glad we keep you company. Agreed, Geordie. It is Penta has been long enough that you go, yeah, half a mania. Phoenix obviously was sort of drafted in last minute because Rey Mysterio that has got injured. I will say though, Ian, that it's either Dom or Finn who are going to get pinned tonight because they're going to pin each other. Penta doesn't need to be, although he's already been pinned. You've already beat Phoenix last night. We don't need to pin Penta, and you're not going to pin Bron Breakker, I don't think. So either Dom pins Finn or Finn pins Dom. For me, anyway. This is the other reason that Finn needs to be turned and put in a solo run himself, because we need to get rid of that god awful entrance music.
Well, at least we're going back to this again.
Yes.
It's kind of like the old one, but with a different version of it. They need to take it back to it because that ring entrance was superb, and it gets the crowd involved as well. But it doesn't work as a heel, so I get why they've changed it. It only works as a face. So
yeah,
if they face turn him back, then they go back to the old.
But I think sometimes though they're guilty of trying to do it too often, because I think of like Sami Zayn, right? When he first turned heel, and they had his entrance music changed, and it started with the usual whoa, 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 and then when it went to the Let's Go bit, it just then went to a sort of electric guitar rock thing. It was like do 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 do. That was not good. And what was proven is when he joined the Bloodline, he did, whilst he was still a heel, just revert back to the old version of it, and it still worked fine for him as a heel. And so that's when it probably didn't work. Similar with Shinsuke. Shinsuke's is one, it's just too synonymous with him to change too much.
Yeah, but I do like what they've done with Shinsuke's, because obviously they're going down this samurai route, which is a bit crap, but the music's still the same. They've just slowed it down to fit the character.
Yeah, I like this one. What I mean is, do you not remember the one he got the first time he turned heel when he low-blowed AJ Styles? I mean, that one I didn't like. This one, and you're right, because of the samurai thing, it makes sense.
Third match? It's third match, isn't it? Yeah.
Smoke saying that the Waynes are loose because I bet them at pool. Surely your kids aren't still up, Smoke.
That might be why he's awake at 1:15 in the morning.
Who let the dogs out? Welcome, James. Morning. So far, so good, James. So far,
so much more.
Last night.
Oh, Smoke's kids are 17 and 15, so yeah, it's acceptable that they're awake at this time.
Oh, well, okay, yeah, fair, yeah. I mean, I was probably awake at this time when I was 17 or 15 as well. Yeah.
I'm not sure whether I like that, though.
To be that young again, hey, Ian, without a care in the world.
17, yes, 15, not so much. Well, no, actually, yeah, 15 as well, because I need to make some changes.
Yeah, do you know the ironic thing is? See, when I was 17, I hated being 17. Do you know why? Because I was desperate to get to 18 so I could start going and, go to the pub and stuff like that, because one or two of my friends who are like a year or two older than me were obviously doing that, and I couldn't go with them, and I was just annoyed, and I was like, can I not just be 18? What a pointless age 17 is. Now I'm like, maybe I wished a bit of my life away there.
I think you could push him onto the bigger titles as well.
You can, yeah. I think the tricky part they've got with it, though, is they've only just recently turned him babyface, so you can't really turn him heel again that quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that rules out him going after Jay. And if Cena's winning tonight, he's probably not going after Cena straight away. But I think what you do is, when he loses tonight, because I think he is losing tonight, I think what you do is, I think you push him into bigger profile stories with some of the bigger guys. So, like a Drew, for example, down the line, you could push him into a story with him. You could have him do something with Seth potentially at some point, or with guys of that caliber that aren't champions. Put him in a story with Gunther. I mean, call me crazy, but who doesn't want to see Gunther against Braun Breaker? Or even, we've seen the tease between him and Jacob Fatu, and now that Braun's a face, he could be one of Jacob's opponents if he draft him to SmackDown, because that's coming up soon.
Yeah, opening thing of the draft and whatnot.
Yeah. I say that like it matters, because draft or not, they still just appear on any show anyway. So.
Well, it's that transfer window thing they brought in, isn't it? So.
Oh no, that lasted forever. What do you mean transfer window? And then no major superstar changed brands. And then we've had cross-brand anyway. I mean, Seth's a Raw guy, but he's been appearing obviously in SmackDown to be in the story with Roman Reigns, and vice versa.
Oh, where did he come from?
Oh, good God. That's how quick Braun Breaker is, by the way, folks. They literally don't even know where he came from there.
Because he got knocked off the other side when he was there.
Oh. That must feel like getting hit by a bus.
Mm-hmm. Penta didn't know so, did though, straight up. Oof. I am so glad that the Lucha Brothers are now part of WWE.
Yeah, can't wait for them to team up as well, and I think they'll do that. I think that's one thing the draft will bring is they'll put them both in the same brand to team up with each other. Whether you have Phoenix come out to save Penta from a multi-man beatdown for the Judgment Day or whatever. Spear on Dom. 1, 2.
They need to be putting Phoenix onto Raw to give the Raw tag team title something. The SmackDown one doesn't need it.
Oh, agreed. 100%. And if you're going to give me the potential, if we build it properly, of the New Day versus the Lucha Bros at SummerSlam, for talking sake, for the World Tag Titles, sign me up for that. I'm absolutely all in for that. That's how you get my interest back in the World Tag Team titles. It is, yes. That's God. That is some real good knowledge there, Sniper. Either that or Michael Cole said it in commentary, and because we can't hear it, we don't know that. But yeah.
Oh, Dom took one in the field.
Do you know what? They've leaned more and more into that as time's gone on with his character. Because when he first came in, of course, Vince was still in charge. The reason he changed his name and called him Braun Breaker was because Vince and Bruce Pritchard wanted to take away any reference to the fact that he's Rick Steiner's son and Scott Steiner's nephew, and I just don't get why you would do that.
Yeah, because it's not like we take.
Okay, Sniper.
Basically, acknowledge him.
Yes. Acknowledge your wrestling tribal chief.
Oh, hello. Big move coming. Ooh.
WrestleMania 9 is the first WrestleMania I can properly remember. Well, I was minus 2 years old by WrestleMania 9. I was not yet born. Sorry, Ian. Sorry, I know you remember it well. I have watched it. I have seen it though, and there's definitely a reason that it gets considered as one of the not so good manias. One of the worst probably of all time. And I said last night, the first mania I can remember is in Mania 15. I can vaguely remember Austin winning at 14, but that's probably just from clips I've seen. But 15 I can remember, although I didn't watch it live. The first one I actually watched proper was WrestleMania 2000. Back in the days when it was on Channel 4.
Oh, remember those days. Okay, I've got 2 more questions lined up and ready to go.
Well, there's how many matches left? 4?
Yeah.
Well, I've also got 2 questions. So what we'll do is Ian will have 1 question for a match, and then I'll have the other. So Ian done the last one, I'll do the next one, and then Ian will do the one after that, and then we'll go back. We'll just go back and forth.
No, gonna go double suplex again. Yep. We've got a new suplex machine then.
Kick out.
Ooh, bold prediction there, Sniper.
So who have you actually got winning this, Ian?
Who I want to win it and who I've got winning it are 2 totally different things. Because I would love for Penta to win it. But I'll go controversial. I'm going to go Dom wins it by accident.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think Dom's winning it as well, you know. But I don't think it's by accident. Because I think he is pinning Finn. Or Finn's going to have it like the coup de grace.
Oh, there we go.
Like I said. 619 to Finn Bálor.
Caught him on the 619.
Tom begging off as if that's going to work. Dom and Nick, you know, would make great Intercontinental champions, according to Arcus.
Lucha Driver. Braun saves his title. Penta nearly wins it.
I mean, I just love Arthur so much that they should just find a reason to have him on Mania tonight. Do you know, I don't like if Dom wins, have him come out to be part of the celebration as if he's part of the Judgment Day, just for the laugh of it.
No, it's every man for yourself, and you know this. You know this. He said, that dude wore that Kane outfit last night. I hope he washed it.
I hope so, yeah. Although my question would be how, unless he went to like
Unless he's got more than one.
Maybe he's got more than one. Because either he went to a laundromat. Then again, hotels in America will have laundry facilities, I imagine. So maybe he's paid for that.
Well, he's, you know, sat front row at WrestleMania. I'm pretty sure he can afford to get his clothes washed.
Yeah. Logically, don't worry, I've been in hotels in recent years, even in this country, where they've still got things like trouser presses, which are incredibly old school. Oh, kick out by Penta. Super kick. Mexican Destroyer. Formerly known as the Canadian Destroyer.
Carlito again. So does Carlito turn on Finn to help Dom or the other way around?
Good God, he almost took a few people's heads clean off there with that when he threw it into the crowd, the top of the table. Yeah, his cousins are in TNA now, Primo and Epico. Well, I said they're in TNA, they appeared, but I've not seen them for a while. Oh, here's Baker. Big spear!
There goes the Spanish announce table. The Prime thing is still up. McAfee's having a dance. Oh, no, that was not the Spanish announce. That was the American announce table's gone.
Yes.
The Prime thing is just...
Wow. Just wow. I mean, yeah. That looked nasty. Poor Carlito, by the way. I mean, he must have some broken ribs by now. Because those spears he has taken are... Goodness me. Particularly that one I know a couple of weeks ago, but that didn't look pretty either.
And fake or scripted, call it what you want. That's entertainment.
Yes. Jordan saying, truth is Alton's challenger. Did you imagine?
I know that's you, John Cena. Here comes Dom to win it.
I used to love how Santino would say it as well. John Cena.
Your time, John Cena.
Oh, 619, but it's not going to be Bron, surely.
Between Truth and Santino Marella, they must have broken every character.
Wait, I told you this could happen now. That it would be Finn turning and Dom. Dom said the match won there and Finn's just cost him, so Finn wins from this, but then maybe Dom returns the favour. See, this
No,
is what
Dom had already tried to take out Finn, so...
Yeah, no, I get that, but that's what I'm saying. I knew they would turn on each other tonight. But Dom might...
He goes up for coup de grace. Dom does a frog splash.
Dom frog splash and Dom wins to cost Finn the title. And then we have babyface Finn. Frog splash from Dom, yep. And he pins Finn. I told you they're pinning each other.
Done. Dominik's Intercontinental champion. And the biggest pop of WrestleMania so far. And that includes last night.
What a match. And that is the right result. Now though, Ian, this is where I think my prediction is going to come true. I think Dom is the babyface here. I think he's the one they're going to push as the face.
And just listen to that crowd reaction, they have to.
Yeah, James, 100%. Face turn Dom. It's already started happening. Make him the Eddie Guerrero-esque character. People, look at that reaction. A year ago, you wouldn't have got that reaction. He'd have been booed out the building. And I love that he pinned Finn as well. Set that up now. Finn against Dom. Oh, he's even done a wee... Oh, does that mean... Please let it mean that the Judgment Day is now finally done.
It's got to be, surely. But then there's new members. They were talking about new members. Does Dom carry on the Judgment Day?
But it can't really, because Finn being out, there's no OG members. So it's not the Judgment Day anymore. Call it something else. Still have Dom in a group we live in that if you want and bring new people in, but just don't call it the Judgment Day. Have it be something different. And I tell you what, taking kayfabe out of it for a second, Ian, how proud must Rey Mysterio be right now?
Mm-hmm. His son is now the IC title holder.
When you think of that tiny little child with blonde hair that walked up in the ring in 2005 at SummerSlam and all the rest of it.
To push a ladder over.
If you had said to somebody that's going to be an Intercontinental champion at some point in the future, you would have laughed and probably sent him to a mental asylum. So, incredible. Genuinely delighted for Dirty Dom. And that reaction just says it all. And they're showing the crowd footage back as well, close up, so face turn.
Nope, he's going back.
Victory lap. I mean, that's a babyface move right there.
Yeah.
Yes, Dom. The only question, though, Ian, for turning Dom face, what does that mean for Liv? Because she's still very much a heel. So can we also get him shot of her as well?
I think he needs to. But Dom doesn't need anyone. He's got enough in him now to run by himself.
He does, and having him as a face where heel Liv doesn't make sense. So yeah, I think we start to get him away from Liv as well now.
It's a hell of a reaction after getting booed and having what was the best heel heat of 2024.
Oh, by a mile. Dom's first challenger was his dad. Sadly not, because I don't know how long he's out for, but yeah.
If they do that, that is a waste of Aleister Black.
Yes, agreed. Because it would feel, and I don't like saying this about WWE because they're so much better than them, but for me it would feel a bit like a sort of House of Black ripoff, because they would take it down a more spooky dooky route, and I don't see the need for that now.
Right, I'm just gonna do this because as it says, you say his name and he appears. Joe Hendry. Now, I don't think it's. I'm just going to leave it there and see what cooks.
I mean, I'd have Joe Hendry.
Right, get your question in. Sniper's asking for the question, so it's your turn.
Well, we hadn't forgot Sniper. We were just basking in the glory of Dirty Dom winning. Give a chance. My question then, last night we seen the US title changing hands at WrestleMania. That was the first time a US title has been defended at Mania for quite some time. Can you tell me the last WrestleMania that the US title was defended on? And bonus points, can you tell me who was in that match?
If this is what I think it is, then it might affect one of my questions.
Oh. Do you know what, Mark? You are absolutely banging a banana with that. If you're that good a heel, the heat, as you say, the hated eventually, they love you. That's why Roman became so loved as well. It's why The Rock, people hated The Rock when he first came in, Rocky Maivia and the smiling baby face, and then he turned heel, became The Rock with the Nation of Domination, kicked Farouk out.
It's Connor's turn to take it by himself. I will be back shortly.
Oh, Ian is putting an answer. Just trying to see some answers coming in, folks. I can confirm, or I will say I'll let you know when he comes back. But some answers. A couple of people are thinking the same thing as well. Mark Doyle's went a while back. Aleister Black will end up creating a group to go against the White Six. Well, you could do something like that with Aleister Black. But I think if we're bringing Aleister Black back, which we will do, I think, tomorrow on the Raw after Mania, then I think they have to do it in the right way, because the way he was booked before he left was so stupid. I think Triple H will try and bring him back to the Aleister Black he was when he was in NXT and when he first came up. I think that's kind of the route you go down. But you could still put him in something with the White Six, because they've got to appear. Sister Abigail. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I think we established technically Bray was Sister Abigail, because he was going to have that weird match where it was going to be Sister Abigail versus Finn Bálor at SummerSlam years ago, and then Bray got ill, couldn't do it, so AJ Styles took his spot. Rusev Day. Yes, well, a lot of people thinking it could be Rusev here. Orton's mystery opponent. I am going to, because I just love his entrance and I'm excited to hear how this crowd will sing along to it. I will go on mute when Orton's entrance begins, just so I can slightly turn my television up to hear his entrance come in. Absolutely. I mean,
Big Dirty Dom, man. What a match. Big Dirty Dom.
The man who said an hour ago that he wouldn't be joining us this evening because he's too tired has indeed decided to join us. It is good old Wuzzle Gummidge himself. It's Alex. Alex, how we doing?
Mr. Watchalong is here, mate. How is it going? How are you?
Yeah, so far this has been so much better than last night.
100% better, by the way. Honestly, what a match that was. I predicted it. I didn't write it anywhere. I predicted it. Dirty Dom was going to win. What a win, though. To pin Bálor as well, though. What a result that is. And now
well, I did say last night that Dom was going to pin Finn.
I said that he would. I knew it was going to come, that he would pin him, and it's a great result. Even the lads, how are we all?
You look very awake for a man that was going to bed.
Oh, listen, I was like, right, I'm going to lie in my bed, I'm going to watch one or two matches, then I'm going to turn it off, go to sleep, and then all of a sudden I'm like, nah. Oh, there you go. Big Geordie. Blowing smoke up my arse still after last night. There we go.
Scotland Chief.
Oh, you're acknowledging me. On you go.
Big Alex. Well, I will just say, Derek, that even though Rusev may well be the opponent tonight, Lana will not be by his side because, as I understand it, she's actually still currently under contract to AEW. I don't think she's been released yet. So,
At least I tell you, she's
but
still.
will be re-signing with WWE as soon as that happens.
Yes, absolutely.
Is it not like August time? I think it is. Is it not August, September? Her contract still.
Just shuffling the deck there because I was being really thrown off by the fact that Ian went from being top, to the left of me to down the bottom.
Right, so come on in, lads. Who are we saying? Who's the opponent?
I think it probably is Rusev, but I want it to be Nick Aldis. So I'm going to say Nick Aldis.
I've just said just before I went off to get my drink and go to the loo and plug my phone in. All those things happened all at the same time. I just said Joe Hendry just to see if, because you say his name and he appears. So I'm just going to see if it happens.
It'll be
Nicola, this is
Aleister Black.
Randy's 20th.
Aleister Black's on Friday at SmackDown.
And this is where I go on mute, lads, because I want to soak in my favourite wrestler's entrance, if you do not.
I just want to you were aware though. Ian, much better over 2 matches than last night.
Absolutely. After the first match, it was better than last night.
I know what a finish to the first match though. Great, similar finish though, isn't it? Io comes off the top rope and wins. Dominik comes off the top rope and wins. Exactly same. Somebody hits a finisher and they get the pin.
We were saying that maybe have they decided then that night one now is just like a pre-show build-up, and you run in with a big match at the end to peak interest for night 2, and then night 2 is WrestleMania.
Yeah, it seems like that, doesn't it? Because then look at what they're doing with SummerSlam. They're doing a night 1 and night 2 at SummerSlam as well now.
I wouldn't be against that. I don't think it will be, but I wouldn't be against it.
No, I wouldn't be against that at all. But it's if that's the case, you would be disappointed if you only had tickets to night 1, wouldn't you? Because you're not really getting much for your money. Like that was, although there were some good matches yesterday, it was very disappointing. There was matches that could have been a lot better, could have been a lot more. But then it's all building up to the main event. If it's one match, it's a bit disappointing. Whereas we've only had 2 matches, and you're like, right, the show's actually started now.
Just let them do Randy's thing. But yeah, I totally. I think they wasted some very, very good matches.
By the way, I have to say, the WrestleMania crowd have not let us down tonight. The minute the chorus of Randy's music hit there, damn, that was some good singing that was good on there. That was loud. I still think the Europeans are just slightly one-upping them, but God, that was good.
But we are, because we only get to see it on our turf every now and again, whereas they get it every week, so it's a little bit more blasé to them, isn't it? But for us, it's a big deal.
Exactly, and we've got it inside stadiums, so there's obviously enclosed, whereas they always go open top, don't they? So it's like you actually get to they actually feel the atmosphere inside the stadium rather than being like open top with no roof. Although I think this has got a roof on it, doesn't it?
Yeah, this one does.
What did you make of the Drew match? I thought that was an excellent match.
I thought it was a great match and the correct result as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think the fact that he claymored him into a chair though just made it that bit sweeter.
I mean, they could have taken it into the crowd a bit more and used it, because it was meant to be a street fight and it was all pretty much in ring. But other than that,
Derek's in here. Original Randy Orton trunks, same colour as his first ever match.
Yeah. I think Randy is. There's been criticisms of Randy in the past and things like that, and I get it, but I genuinely, the man is phenomenal.
Who's it going to be? Now's the time. Who's it going to be?
Please be Nick Aldis, but it's probably Rusev Day.
Okay.
I think Nick Aldis is going to come out and introduce whoever it is.
Well, my theory was Nick Aldis would come out and say, look, Randy, I know you threw an open challenge, but nobody wanted to do it. And then as he turns to walk away, he just bang, off comes a suit and he's wearing his wrestling trunks. He's out his outfit. McIntyre.
Dong.
Rusev, yeah. Rusev match.
Neyman, he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
It's Joe Hendry.
Joe Hendry? No way.
Oh, you beauty.
No way.
You said his name.
Say his name. He appears.
No way, Joe motherfucking Hendry. Now you expect Randy to win this match, but surely we're going to see Joe Hendry walk out here with his first WrestleMania win. Do you know what's quite funny, right? See, every time we're on the show, see, any time Dougal mentions Joe Hendry, we get Joe Hendry appearing. Every time.
Royal Rumble. Joe Hendry will come out at number 15. He came at number 15.
This is brilliant.
But yeah, they didn't wheel him out for the Raw at Glasgow, and they didn't roll him out for any of the UK dates. It was
Really, we've got an unbelievable pop.
I would be all for if they said, do you know what? This is now a TNA title match. Could you imagine the TNA title being on the list? I can't believe Joe Hendry's at WrestleMania. That's incredible. That is absolutely. I was disappointed that Joe Hendry didn't show up in Glasgow. He didn't, because I thought, oh, that's a missed opportunity. But damn, does that not show you how seriously that WWE are taking Joe Hendry and how much they clearly are happy working with TNA? Because they put the TNA World Champion, the World Champion of another company, on WrestleMania. Wow. Albeit, I'm just thinking, Ian, when Joe Hendry debuted in WWE, he was at the side of Rusev.
He was Rusev's lawyer.
Yeah.
When he wasn't supposed to be. He was supposed to be somebody else, and he stole the part.
Indeed, first current TNA champion WrestleMania, yes.
And
he is the first man contracted to
said it all. That sign in the background said it all. I've just yeeted.
Oh, yes. Ian, you said his name. He appeared. I mean, what more could you possibly want?
For Joe Hendry to be put over in this match, that's what you could want.
No one, do you know what the thing is? In terms of the internet wrestling Discord that was going on, and no one was predicting this to be Joe Hendry. Everyone was saying it's Rusev or it's Nick Aldis. Nobody was saying Joe Hendry.
I think it's probably because when you went to Raw at Glasgow, the event in Glasgow, they kind of just decided, right, we're leaving Joe Hendry out of this one. So it's like he was put on the back burner. Nobody actually thought he would be involved.
Yeah, and do you know what I think as well? Listen, obviously best wishes to Kevin Owens. Hope KO's all right, but what a happy accident that is for Joe Hendry.
He looks surprisingly like a wrestler on 2K24, doesn't he, Joe Hendry?
He does, yes. Yeah, he does. He does. Excuse me a second. I'm just going to quickly nip out and I'll be back.
Glad you came back, because last time we did that, it was just me, my big old head by myself.
Sorry, I'll bail you out. Said I would. I was an hour and a half late, but I'm here.
Well, hour and a half late, which is still better than Craig's grand total of 3 minutes of being on a wrestling pod before he had to leave to look at sort his son out and never returned.
3 minutes. It's a Dragon Ball Z hat.
He's gone for standing ovation. And Randy's gone like, get off me. Okay, so now Randy's getting into it properly.
See, it's quite funny though. See, when you listen to Joe Hendry when he goes on podcasts, he always says no matter who he's in the ring with, he always wants to learn. And there's nobody better to learn from than Randy Orton.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he will happily teach you as you go through the ring, and he's just a great person to learn from.
Yeah, there's nobody better to learn from that guy who's been doing it for over 20 years.
Exactly, aye.
I don't want him to squash Joe, though.
No, but I wouldn't call this a squash so far, because Joe's had a bit of offense. Oh, Ian is joined us in the beer. Because Ian was drinking tea earlier, but it's understandable. Where is Connor? Asks Rangers Rabble podcast. So, Martin.
Connor,
See
shouting at you.
see his name, and he appears.
Well, Connor, you need to give the answer to the question.
Oh, yes, I didn't give the answer to the question. So, the answer to the question, and I can't. Who put answers in? I did see
What's
answers.
the question?
So, the question was last night, the US title was defended. It was Jacob Fatu won the US title at Mania.
No, RKO!
RKO.
When was the last time there was a US title match at Mania? And as Randy hits the RKO to 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wow.
The answers I got in from some people.
That's it done.
31, Cena v Rusev says Kami K. Matt v MVP at 25 said Mark Doyle. Sniper also went for Cena Rusev. Ian, I can reveal, went for WrestleMania 20, Big Show against John Cena. Has not been that long. The last time it was on WrestleMania was WrestleMania 37. And it was Sheamus against Matt Riddle. And Sheamus that night won to become a 3-time US champion. No, I don't think that's disappointing. That's about how I expected that match to go, regardless of who came out. Also, if you are up and in the comments, Mr. Bossman, where are you?
Why am I not in bed? They said that I had to come on the pod. Couldn't let you down.
This is where we're going to get a mark of respect, though, for Randy to Joe.
Do we see more of Joe Hendry in WWE? They've now used him at the Rumble. They've now used him at Mania. Do we see more of him?
Yes. Joe Hendry is going to be a WWE superstar by this time next year.
Is he going to RKO him again?
He might, because it's Randy, and never trust Randy, but I don't see why, because that would technically turn him heel. Even if it was just for a spot.
Cammy, you're 100% right. Martin is looking.
The boss is always looking, though, isn't he?
Martin is looking, yes. Okay, well, that's Randy for you. And it's not a heel turn because that's just Randy being Randy.
Is he going to do the spin?
He's going to do
the he's going to do the spin. Please do the spin, Randy.
The Joe Hendry spin.
Do you know what, though? You could set that up to have another match between these two somewhere down the line. And that right there, folks, is why Randy is the GOAT.
20th WrestleMania.
Will it be his last?
Well, his first was Mania 20, when it was him, Ric Flair and Batista against the Rock and Sock Connection. And they won.
Yeah, I think Johnny's right there in it. It wasn't really a squash, wasn't really a long match, but it's the perfect moment for Joe Hendry.
It is the perfect moment for Joe Hendry, yeah, absolutely. And I think after what happened to KO, whoever came out tonight, that was kind of what was going to happen. Which is why it would have been maybe a bit more of a problem if it was Rusev. But damn, so delighted to see Joe Hendry getting a WWE WrestleMania match. I mean, come on. Doesn't get bigger than that. He's only appeared on NXT until now. That's apart from the Royal Rumble, that's incredible.
Sniper, he will be. He pretty much has signed to WWE. It's just a matter of when his TNA contract runs out. And as soon as that's done, he'll be obviously he'll start at NXT, I think, but
yes.
Be the perfect platform for him, and then he will be on main shows eventually.
He will, and I will just say, Ian, it's now your time for your question in between this.
It is, and I'm going to have to go for a different one because I kind of gave away the answer to my first one with the answer to your question. So I am going to go for... We are on WrestleMania 41, which yesterday had an attendance of, if anybody can remember it, I mean, Shawn Michaels did show us the card before he said it, over 60,000 people.
467.
Yep. Which they didn't say was the biggest crowd they've ever had, but that's not where I'm going. What is the least attended WrestleMania? And bonus points if you can get the number. So, what is the least attended WrestleMania out of all the WrestleManias there have been? And if you can give me the attendance, you get a bonus. That's what we want. Dead air after that. That's good.
No, that's my bad, because I started speaking there and realised I was on mute, and obviously because I've got the camera off, which members will know why, that sort of, you couldn't even see me mouthing there, but that's a very good question, yes. I'll give you my answer. I'm not going to give you the attendance figure because, quite frankly, I'd be shooting in the dark. I can have a guess at it. And I've just thrown in a random number for you there as the attendance figure. It's the lowest attended, James. The lowest.
Yeah, lowest attended. Lowest. Which WrestleMania was the lowest attended, and what was the? If you know it, what was the attendance?
The highest attended was WrestleMania 32 because there was like 101,000 there in Texas, and yeah, it's one of the worst. There wasn't a lot of good things on that card. Some good things, but not a lot. Oh no, I think the answer's wrong.
I've done the exact same as Connor. I've just threw in a random guess, like a random attendance.
It's definitely not that one, Alex.
Not.
Definitely not. But it's not the one I put either. I think it's a couple of years after the one I put. If what my thinking is correct, I think it's 2 after the one I put.
All right, okay.
Okay. But we'll reveal the matches in the walk-ins for the next one for when AJ and Logan walk to the ring.
WrestleMania 37 attendance 0.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, hold on.
That doesn't count.
I was going to say that's a trick. Quite, you can't. That would. I mean, if you were Martin, you would definitely have done that because that's what Martin does. As the regular afternoon ramble viewers will know. But
now the COVID years don't count, obviously, because there was nobody there. They don't count.
Yeah, because that would just be the most attended pay-per-view for every pay-per-view that took place that year.
I hadn't even thought about the COVID years, to be fair. I hadn't even crept into my mind. So it's not the COVID years.
Plus, technically, if you count the commentators and some of the wrestlers that would have been there, the attendance is still more than 0. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not that though, James. It's not when COVID hit.
Because that would be a trick question. That wouldn't be fair. And what was the lowest attended WrestleMania? There we go.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, Alex, I don't know if you've been watching before you come on, but that's what we sort of spontaneously ended up doing. I asked a question at the start of Mania before the first match. Just thought there because we're talking about potential Rabble Wrestling quiz, which we'll hopefully do during the summer. And then we just decided to ask a question in between the matches.
Nice.
That's what the crowd asked for.
Good thing I'm not prepared then.
I mean, to be fair, if anyone has seen the SPFL show quizzes that we've done, we know what Alex and quizzes are like.
Cheeky dick. Slanderous that is.
And just before the bell rings, I will give you the answer.
Oh, piss off with your smarmy face, Logan Paul.
I know you don't. I want Logan to win this.
Oh, please no.
Well, I think he will win it, but I don't want him to, obviously.
I get that, but then that makes AJ look like a bit of a chump.
He is anyway. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
I think AJ retires probably next year.
Do you know what? Just thinking there, Joe Hendry's appearance actually makes more sense, you think, because for a while, Vegas was sort of the home of Impact Wrestling before it became TNA again. They were there for quite a while at Sam's Casino. It's where they shot a lot of their shows. They weren't cheap, those seats, were they? Let's be honest.
No, they were not cheap seats. Well, you probably see as much as the cheap seats do.
Yeah.
Alex, how much sleep did you get?
4 hours, and then I got poked in the eye to wake up from the wedding.
I got 3.
I got about 4 hours, and then I went to go for a sleep, and I was like, I just couldn't. So that's me. 4 hours and a ton of Monster to keep me going during the day.
God, I mean, you run on Monster, really, don't you?
That's like my fuel of the day.
Well, Alex is giving a different answer. Yeah.
Then we have to go and do like Easter egg hunts and rolling eggs down and paint it and all that. Just
At 4 o'clock, when we finished last night, I was in the garden at 4:30 in the morning putting out eggs for an Easter egg hunt.
Oh.
Pitch black, couldn't see what I was fucking doing, needed a torch to do it.
No, we did it like got the kids to go outside the front and run at the back and did it.
Right, Connor, which one are you going with?
The second answer that I'm giving you there, because I think it is that. Because I think they changed the original venue it was going to be at, and they claimed it was for a different reason than actual.
We will discuss it shortly when AJ comes down. We will, once he's in the ring, we will sort it out.
Good stuff. Holiday saying he's putting down chicken eggs instead of cream eggs.
Yeah, because I ate all the cream eggs.
I do like a cream egg. A white chocolate cream egg, by the way, is.
In fact, well, we're talking about eggs. I shall have mine now.
That's too much.
Excellent idea.
Did you just say excellent idea? Come on, man. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Calm down.
It never stops, Alex. You know, it doesn't matter what time of the day it is.
Has Connor decided to watch the rest of his show on his jockeys?
He'll be back.
I'm back.
As soon as somebody mentions it, it's like Joe Hendry mentioned Connor with the camera off, and he's like, I'm here, I'm back, don't worry.
People know who I am.
Instead of having the Rabble logo, Connor, you should just have a photo saying, do you know who I am? I did hit the curtain when he paused, by the way, because I realised I was a second or two ahead of you again.
Alex lives in the future. I think that's what we're saying.
Joe Hendry, and then you reacted, so I was like, right, okay, I must be like a second or two ahead.
In fairness, I hadn't noticed that you'd reacted first, so that I was intensely focused on the the television screen, so that's probably why. Oh, Jesus.
Has AJ re-signed with WWE, or is he leaving?
No, he has re-signed, yeah. But he did say that he is going to retire by 50. And he is currently, I believe, 47. I think he'll be 48 this year, so he's probably got 2 years left. So yeah, this is probably one of AJ's last WrestleMania matches. I mean, how unlucky he was, though, last year when he returned and he got injured on the same night that he returned.
I know that was very unlucky.
Yeah, and the thing is, I thought, like, a lot of people did at the time, well, maybe it's a work, maybe they're doing an angle, because how do you get injured in the first night back? But he did, yeah, broke his foot.
Right,
Because he
AJ's
was
in the
going
ring.
on the US title feud.
AJ's in the ring, so while he's just doing his last little bit, James Hamilton had gone in with 17,000. I saw that. Didn't star it, and it's just disappeared. So Derek McNaughton, WrestleMania 4 with 14,000. Cammy's gone for 15,000. Mark Doyle, WrestleMania 14 with around 50,000. That's a fairly decent crowd. As we said, the COVID years did not count.
Yeah, it was also WrestleMania 36 anyway. 37 was when the first they got the crowds back.
21, it was not 21. And it was, Connor, WrestleMania 7. So you get that. But Alex, I'm going to give you the bonus point, even though you said WrestleMania 3 and then changed it to WrestleMania 11. You were the closest with the amount because 16,528 is what you put.
Yep.
And the answer actually was 16,000. Let me just find it again. You're going to do it 16,158.
Oh, no way. 400 out.
Yep, so not a bad guess at all. So you get a bonus point for being that close, nearly bang on the banana. It was supposed to be at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, which would have held over 90,000 people. But the WWE cited threats against the company due to Sergeant Slaughter versus Hogan. And I think it was at that point where Slaughter had defected to the Iraqi army and that sort of stuff.
I feel I should get a bonus point in because I did put that it was Slaughter against Hogan. Just saying.
I'm not giving you a point for that. I'm only giving it to Alex because he was 400 out of the actual attendance figure.
I was only a couple of thousand out, but Alex was damn near close. That was impressive. Alex's Steiner math, he's been it. Do you know what? I put 5 originally, and then as soon as I hit enter on it, my head went 7 because I just remembered the Slaughter Hogan thing, and as you say, they'd cited threats when it actually wasn't that. It was because it just didn't sell. Mm-hmm. And I think that's simply because I don't think anybody, nothing against Sergeant Slaughter because he was a good character, but nobody was interested in Slaughter Hogan. It just didn't sell. And especially because Slaughter ended Ultimate Warrior's title reign. And what they should have done was Hogan Warrior 2 at WrestleMania 7. They should have done the rematch. And that would have sold the Los Angeles Coliseum, no problem.
I didn't sell the tickets was because, as you said, nobody bought into the Iraqi of Sergeant Slaughter. Everybody hated it with an absolute passion to the point where I just
get on, AJ, beat the shit out of it.
Threats and everything at the stadium, so they couldn't ensure the security.
Yeah, it was because and I get it. They were trying to be up to date, with the modern affairs at the time, and it was right in the middle of the Gulf War, and that's what they were trying to put in. It just didn't work. I wasn't wrong, Sniper. I said WrestleMania 7. I was explaining that I'd put a different answer originally, and then it came to me just as soon as I got it. But I got it right. I still got it right.
You've just proved his point even more. I wasn't wrong in this speech of why you weren't wrong.
If I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong, but I wasn't wrong. So, get it up, you Sniper.
You got it last night, and you still wouldn't admit it.
Well, I wasn't. I was wrong last night, yes, but not.
Oh, you went to do it again. Well, I wasn't wrong.
When I made my prediction for the main event before it happened, I was wrong. Yes, but I did agree with Ian at the start of the show.
So, Alex.
Yes.
Just so you know, I'm saying that the Seth Rollins things isn't over for WrestleMania. I think he comes out tonight, screws Cody.
I think so.
And it's revealed that since The Rock's returned, Heyman has been his wise man since he returned.
All right, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I said that if I get that bang on correct, I'm calling WWE Creative tomorrow and asking for a job.
Well, I mean, you did actually get Joe Henry correct as well, so I think you're going to have to.
I mean, that
Yeah,
could be
who's ready for story time with Connor? There we go.
As a new pod coming soon to the Rangers Rebel Network.
See, the thing is, though, as well, you've also got the fact that we were talking about this last night. There's so many people that could join The Rock and be at his side. You know, obviously, we spoke about Jay as well. So there's obviously a few superstars that could do it, but I think none are probably more prevalent than what you're saying with Seth having the wise man beside him and obviously being with Seth and The Rock. But who comes out to Cody's head tonight then?
Austin, maybe? That was floated last night. That he could do that. And he sort of did for a while, yeah, because there was, when he first turned, there was some legitimate threats. There were people who were legitimately threatening him. I think he actually got attacked as well during a live show at one point. So yeah, there were stupid people who didn't understand it, that it was just storytelling. But that wasn't the real reason why they changed the venue.
Who else could you say is against Cena or The Rock that would come out to help Cody? Because you've got to also get away from the angle that they're there to help Cody. They could be out just to screw Cena. So who else could be there that Cena's maybe squashed at a time or not put over, and therefore then they want to get their moment against Cena?
I mean, it wouldn't fall into that bracket. You could have done Randy to help Cody. You could have.
I don't think they'll take it again. They did take it last year. I don't think they'll do take it.
I think it was a last-minute replacement last year as well because it was meant to be Austin.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the oddity though as well that 2 years ago John Cena was losing on night one at Mania to Austin Theory. And that went nowhere for Austin Theory.
Imagine Rusev helping Cody. That could be an angle.
You could do that because Rusev falls into the bracket you're talking about there, Alex, that Cena ended Rusev's undefeated streak to become US champion.
He did. And that's what I'm thinking. Like, maybe
Mania
there's maybe not the angle that he's there to help Cody as much as it is to screw Cena.
Agreed, Sniper, but there are going to be some shenanigans in the match tonight. Cena's not just going to win if he wins. The Rock is going to play a part. Somebody will come out and try and help Cody, probably in vain, but yeah, we'll get something.
Do you mean in the pod or do you mean in the arena? Because in the arena, it's probably just because it's Logan Paul and Cody, AJ Styles, because they've been off the nut most of the night.
Oh, they have been. They've been electric tonight.
Some move from Logan Paul. I'll give it to him.
Cena wins clean. Watch this space. No chance. No chance.
Nah, there has to be something, surely. Because there's no point in having The Rock involved in any shape or form in this if he's, as he was at Chamber and that, if he then doesn't appear tonight. It feels pointless.
The Rock gets involved and turns it into a triple threat.
And I think next year we're going to build towards Rock and Roman.
That's why I think the Paul Heyman angle, because it comes out that Heyman was The Rock's wise man.
Yeah, no, I'm down for that. That makes sense.
Please, AJ, win this.
He is a good wrestler, though.
He is, and I hate the fact that he is.
Actually, Heyman's turn last night, that's basically the end of the OG bloodline. Yeah.
The end of the what?
End of the bloodline official now. That's it done.
Yeah.
Well, the OG storyline, obviously, Roman and Rock will be the outlier of that, but yeah, that's a bloodline.
I mean, 5 years that's been going as well, so they've done well with that.
Well, I mean, Paul Heyman at the end of Mania 39 when Roman retained said, we're only at the end of the third innings, which is a baseball reference. But the end of the third innings in baseball was quite early on in the match, so people were like, well, we're 3.5 years into this now, Paul. Like, surely the end's in sight. But it only took us another 2 years to get there.
AJ tried to catch him there. I think he was trying to catch him for a Styles clash. And he's let him slip, so he's gone into a pin instead.
Yeah. It also tells a good story about Roman, though, because think about it. Last year he loses his title that he held for all that time. He went away for a while, for about 4 months. This year he loses his wise man. So you're telling a story of Roman losing everything at Mania, having won everything there for years.
There has to be almost a passing of the mantle for Roman Reigns, though, doesn't there? Passing it on to somebody else.
Yeah. Jordy, Rock's the final boss, but Heyman's the final boss.
Like it says.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like when you're playing a video game, like you're playing like Resident Evil, and you think you've beat the big bad guy, the massive guy, and then he just comes back about 10 times bigger, and you've got to try and beat that all over again. Hola, says Gaz. Are you in Spain, Gaz?
No, it would be Hola.
Hola. Hola. I like the Hawaiian way of saying hello better. Aloha. It just sounds nicer. It is Hawaiian for goodbye as well.
It is hello and goodbye in Hawaiian language.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what thank you is in Hawaiian language?
It'd be quite confusing if you're trying to end the conversation and get away from somebody and somebody else walks past. You say aloha, do they think you're starting a conversation or ending one?
Yeah, true. And thank you in Hawaiian, by the way, is mahalo.
Fucking, we're getting a listening Duolingo here, man.
I know some Hawaiian things. That admittedly is mainly because I was a massive fan of Hawaii Five-0, the rebooted version. That is because I wasn't alive for the original.
Lilo and Stitch.
Yes. That's what Ian cooks at aloha temperature. I'll show myself in lads. That's actually worse than mine's, Geordie, and that's a low bar.
Stunned into silence.
Yep.
Well, I've been stunned into silence. I was waiting for you to say anything, but anyway, the problem is this match. I don't really care about it. I've cared about everything that's happened so far, but this is like, yeah.
This is the one match of the night where it's if you want to go to the loo, this is the one you go for.
Yep.
What?
I'm just ignoring it. What? Kidalana.
Kidalana is okay.
So while we're doing this, let's have that conversation again. I know we've done it a couple of times, but night 2 so far.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Last night at this point I was like, yeah, just get us to the main event now. But this so far, every match has been brilliant. Not, as I say, not asked too much about this. I want AJ to win, but that's about as much as I care. But everything else has been great. Joe Hendry's a brilliant swerve return to get as well. No, I've loved night 2. This, do you know what it is, Ian and Alex? Night 2 has felt like WrestleMania, and last night didn't. As you said earlier, Ian, last night just felt like a long version of a WrestleMania pre-show.
Ian, if we went back in time, let's say spoke about this like 20 minutes ago.
And Gaz has asked the question.
No, literally, you just said exactly word for word what Ian said about 20 minutes ago.
He wasn't here when we had that conversation, to be fair to him.
Oh, fair enough.
I wasn't, and I did say before I mentioned it that, as Ian said earlier, so listen.
Not letting it down.
Absolutely, by the way, Sniper, this match could have easily been replaced with the SmackDown tag match, which is a WrestleMania match. This isn't.
Correct.
Styles Clash. Oh.
This is only a WrestleMania match because it's Logan Paul. And that is nothing against AJ Styles, because AJ Styles should be on WrestleMania. No question about it. But in this type of match, not so sure.
Phenomenal forearm.
No.
Oh.
And he's going to grab the ropes.
Well, that is what Hangman Adam Page in AEW calls a buckshot lariat.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it's his finishing move.
It is his finishing move, yeah. No. Well, I mean, I see your point, but I don't think that that's intentionally what they've gone for, because he's been airbrushed from history in WWE.
Because even his when he wins the title at WrestleMania, and that's been edited because it does show him going off to celebrate with his family, and then now it ends with him in the ring with Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah, that's why, because they always say, don't they? Oh, only 2 men have ever won the Royal Rumble from number 1. Well, actually, 3, but we don't talk about that one for obvious reasons, and correctly so.
No, what's AJ going for here? Oof, nice. No, it's not. No. I mean, the fact that this is going on longer than Orton and Hendry is wrong in itself.
I know you didn't say that, Sniper. I was just saying that you're right. It does give those vibes, but obviously that's not what they've intended. But, yeah, okay, fine. My bad. Why am I getting attacked every time I say something? I mean, honestly.
Because it's easy.
Yes.
It is easy.
Here we go, story time.
Oh.
The pulverizer.
450 out of the knees. That'll win you. He's going to hit a Styles Clash, isn't he?
No, he's getting it pulverized. Oh, he is?
Please do it right, because that's a risky move. If you get it wrong, yeah.
No, you got it right.
I just remember when AJ tried to do
AJ's going to do it right.
Styles Clash.
Thank you, James. You're right. Justice for Connor. Absolutely. Who's that?
Somebody on Logan Paul's podcast.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, he's got the brass knucks, doesn't he?
He's not come in dressed as the Prime Bottle, though.
He hasn't. No, we don't have somebody dressed as a Prime Bottle.
Hold
on.
Carrying Cross.
He's Cross. He's carrying Cross. But he's going to hand the knuckles to Logan, isn't he? Or he's going to take out AJ.
Into the Prime.
Because he did on the wall.
He made to aim for the Prime there.
I'm all for a carrying Cross AJ Styles tag team, by the way, if they do that. I just don't think that's what they're going to do.
So he's put his hair in the bun today, so is he now going after Shinsuke Nakamura?
He knows selling his own move.
See, the thing is, carrying Cross is not wrong to tell AJ to do that there. He should do that.
How has AJ not been counted out? He's been out of the ring for like 20 seconds.
And that's going to cost AJ, isn't it? Because Cross is
going to lose now.
But Cross is actually right there, though. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why wouldn't you do that? Because Logan Paul was going to do it, so.
And it's over.
The pulverizer. The pulverizer. The pulverizer.
Yeah, no.
Told you he was winning.
Fuck Logan Paul. Why is Logan Paul just absolutely pissed it against AJ Styles? I mean, he's literally done that combination AJ Styles about 4 weeks in a row now. That makes AJ Styles look very, very dumb. I mean, Kevin Owens used the brass knucks at Royal Rumble and he didn't care. And he was still a babyface.
They build AJ against Karrion Kross. Like Logan Paul will no longer be in a feud with AJ. He'll now move to Karrion Kross. It's almost as if that was a stepping stone to get you onto the actual feud.
Yeah, but it's a weird one because Cross is supposed to be the heel and AJ the babyface, but AJ looks stupid because actually Cross has been absolutely right with what he's been saying and what he done there. He stopped Logan's entourage from giving him the brass knucks, and he's right to tell AJ, you use them, because it doesn't make him not a babyface. Like I said, Kevin Owens done it last year at Rumble, so I just don't like, why does Logan need to beat AJ Styles? I mean, why do we need to have AJ lose another WrestleMania match? Because he lost to Shane McMahon at Mania as well. Or he fought him at least.
Yeah,
but at least that one's over. That's your, no disrespect to AJ, but that's your piss break match over.
I know you're saying it obviously like, oh, he's walked all over him and he's done this, he's done that. Logan's shown he can wrestle though. He's had a good match there. Yes, AJ Styles hasn't come out.
Styles is a legend, and have been walked over by Logan Paul does nothing for his credibility. A multi-time WWE champion just being walked over by a celebrity.
But you're trying to build up Logan Paul here though. Like, you can't build him up by putting him in matches where you know he's going to come out the victor. It's going to be a squash match. He's going to do this or that. In that match there, you had to put him up against somebody who's got the credibility and almost let them take a bit of a fall. You couldn't go and put him against a Jacob Fatu just now, because you put him against Jacob, he's going to get squashed because all the momentum's with Jacob Fatu. AJ Styles has got no momentum right now. That's why he's been in a match like that.
Yeah, but that's partly because throughout this feud, WWE have had Logan Paul lay AJ Styles out multiple times, and they've never given AJ Styles that moment to do that to Logan Paul. And that should have happened at least once during this feud to show that AJ Styles can at least handle Logan Paul.
But maybe it's not a bad thing to show that he can't handle him, though.
Sorry, I just got lost in the old Fortnite wrestling thing there.
Sorry?
I got lost in the Fortnite and WWE crossover there.
He wasn't walked over, Colin. This is what happens. Younger guys get put over by the more experienced. It's the way wrestling has been for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Undertaker having some sushi.
It is question time, Cammy. You're right.
It's your turn.
It is my turn, yes. Yes, it is. It is my turn. Let me think. Okay. Maybe a slightly easier question. But in WrestleMania's history, before it became its own PLE, how many Money in the Bank ladder matches were held at WrestleMania?
Say that again.
So before it became its own premium live event, how many Money in the Bank ladder matches were held at WrestleMania? And I'll even offer a bonus point if you can tell me what year was the last Money in the Bank wrestle match, ladder match at Mania.
Yeah, I think I went a bit ambitious with mine, and I'm just trying to think back now. I think the last would have been. I think that was the last though. The last winner.
That was not the last Mania Money in the Bank winner, no.
No?
He was second to last.
All right, okay.
I don't blame you for not remembering the last winner, because very easy to airbrush him out of history in terms of it was a pointless one. Oh, time for Big Time Bex to make her return.
He was second last, so there's somebody after him.
There was one after him, yes.
Tell you what, them cameraman don't have to move quick. Do you see them running down that ramp then?
No, Ian, it's before it became its own PLE.
Yeah, since it became its own PLE, there hasn't been any Money in the Bank ladder matches at WrestleMania.
Sure.
You're right that the person you said there, Ian, did win a ladder match at that WrestleMania, but it was for the Intercontinental title. It was not a Money.
That's fair. See, I knew there was a ladder match. I just couldn't remember if it was for a title, if it was for Money in the Bank. There we go.
And again, much like Ian, I will, once we get Lyra, Valkyria, and Becky Lynch's entrances out the way, I will reveal the question just before the bell
Right,
rings.
while they're doing this one, I will go to the leagues. I don't want to miss Becky Lynch.
Right, well, this is going to annoy me now. I've actually closed the comments so nobody can get it, or I don't see it if anybody gets it. So there's one after that.
I will say that so far, from what I can see, nobody's got the bonus point.
After him. That's going to annoy me now.
I will say,
This is
might
bullshit.
have, the person who won this did successfully cash in as well. No, Alex, you're not right there. He did win a Money in the Bank, your guess, and he did successfully cash it in, but it was before this one.
So I'm getting all the folk that have done it, but I can't get the one that's actually.
It's not the bonus point anyway. The important thing, the main question is how many there's been. But
yeah, and I agree with Ian's guess. Ian's probably the one I'd have went with.
time for Becky. I think it's going to be. It makes sense. It's the Irish connection, and Lyra's got that. She's been friends with Becky. She beat Becky for the NXT Women's title. I mean, given that Seth's a heel, you could turn Becky heel as well. Although I've never liked the idea that just because the husband's a heel, the wife also has to be a heel. So Becky
And
could turn her.
She is there.
I don't think, yeah, but she's not going to turn, is she? She's not going to win, probably. Give Lyra 2 titles. Why not? Becky 2 belts, Lyra 2 belts. Matt Doyle going Roxanne Perez. Well, yeah, it would be a face turn as well because she's the heel at the moment. But yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Would not mind that at all. I just think Becky makes the most sense, and we know she's there. But then this is what I'm thinking though. WWE are very funny with these things, in that what will happen is, because we've seen Becky last night, they've showed us Becky last night to make us think it's her, and then it won't be her because that's what WWE do. I think we've had quite a number of guesses coming in this question. And the answer will be revealed shortly once we see Lyra's tag team partner coming out. We're about to find out. Alex is ahead of us.
There she is.
There we go. Big time Bex. It makes all the sense in the world because the connection with Lyra. And of course, Becky Lynch's last match, she got screwed out of the world title by Liv Morgan.
Surprised they went quick. Usually they have that little delay, don't they?
Oh, look at the look in Liv Morgan's eyes. I love that. She is selling this return very well.
Oh my god, bloody Americans, man.
She's crying.
Oh my god, Becky Lynch, you're going to cry about it.
It's Americans, though. They are an emotional species.
Okay, I've got a very good question, I think, lined up for the last one.
This called at 11:43 this morning. Very specific there.
He did, and I said just to be different, I'll say AJ Lee, but I was with him. It was going to be.
Oh, Stuart's married to an American. But it wasn't a dig at Americans. It wasn't a bad thing. They love Americans. Most of
just
them.
that particular one.
Yes. Indeed, welcome home, Becky Lynch. This is going to be interesting, Wayne, because if they win here, which I think they will, Lyra having 2 belts to defend is an interesting route to go down with Lyra.
He drops the IC to Bailey.
Do you think so? Do you think that's what happens? Bailey returns, she drops the IC? Yeah, I could see that. Why not?
I think that Bailey deserves the IC title. So,
well, the one thing I would say is Bailey going after the IC title the way she has been doing has made it feel more important. Because that's a main event talent going after that title.
Do you know something? I've just figured out who it is, by the way, and it's been annoying me this whole time because I even know what belt they won.
Well,
it's Jack Swagger, and it was the World Heavyweight Championship.
It was, yes. And the correct answer, by the way, before I release that, let's see some of the answers that come in. So Sniper said it's 5 and 2009 was the last one. You're very close, Sniper, but not quite. Mark Doyle said in 2011. Mark Doyle also said there were only 3 running the back ladder matches. I can tell you there were more. CM Punk 2007 said Cammy K also went 3. And Sniper, as well as Alex, gave me the correct answer, which of course was 6 Money in the Bank ladder matches. Because you had WrestleMania 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. And indeed, in 2010, when WrestleMania 26 took place, there were actually 3 Money in the Bank ladder matches that year because that was the first year it became its own PLE, which is why Jack Swagger's cash-in was so rushed because he cashed in on Chris Jericho, as Alex rightly says, for the World Heavyweight title on SmackDown. Who attacked Bailey? Liv and Raquel. That they've not done a whole Jade thing with that, where they left it as mystery. It was just Liv and Raquel took her out. Well, that is correct. There were, in the Mania era of Money in the Bank ladder matches, there were only 5 winners because CM Punk won it twice in a row. He won it at both 24 and 25. And then you had Edge at 21. RVD, which Alex said earlier, was 22 because he cashed in at One Night Stand. Mr. Kennedy won it at WrestleMania 23, but then lost it on a Raw to Edge, who cashed in Undertaker. And then, of course, Jack Swagger at 26. Well, yeah, I was mentioning that as a possibility, but I don't think that's what they're going to do here. I think they're going to put the tag titles on because it makes more sense. You can't really do much else with Raquel and Liv as tag champs. Although with Dom winning the IC title, maybe. But for me, I think it makes more sense you take the tag titles off them and you can have Liv go after women's IC title for a while to try and match up with Dom. But then Dom's going to be babyface, let's get him away from her. And turning Becky heel, for me, I don't know if the guys agree, would be doing that just for the fact that her husband Seth Rollins turned heel last night. Because there's no other logical reason to do it.
I'm not sure what update you want, James, on Dom after winning the belt. I mean, I don't have a direct line to the WWE. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, I can confirm that when Ian last went off screen, he didn't go to phone his good mate Dom. They've started the face turn is what's happened. And when he run, the pop he got and then running back down to the ring and top rope and that's proper babyface stuff. So that's happening. It's just about how do you separate him from Liv? How do you get that apart?
Well, there's always been the background thing that Finn's been doing the dirty on Dom for a while with Liv.
Well, do you know? Yeah, have them all turn on Dom because Liv and Finn have been having this or they hate each other thing, but that could all be a work on Dom. You're right. I like that, Ian. Again, get this man a job in creative.
What have we got left anyway? Is it the main event after this?
Um,
It would have to be in it 'cause it's 20 to 3, so.
yes, you would think so.
So you could have it that Becky doesn't turn heel, but Bayley comes down to exact some sort of revenge on Liv and Raquel and fucks it for Valkyria,
Yeah.
which sets up the Valkyria Bayley IC title fight. Alex eating his pizza again. Nah, not tonight. Looked like a crisp Dorito of sorts.
It is indeed Doritos. Just to be a funny guy, you know. It's not a wee bag of Doritos. It's just a wee bag, you know.
For you, yeah, obviously. It's just like a little tiny bag.
Still in that sort of triangular pizza shape, though.
Well, the point of that was the point of that, Connor, was it's just a little bag to Alex, but to me and you, it's the big bag.
Exactly.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Have you tried the Minecraft vinegar ones?
No,
They're really nice.
but that's good.
Yeah, but it's all right if Liv gets disqualified, isn't it? Because that's champion's advantage there. So.
Yeah. They would just retain.
Guys, I agree, and all I can say is I'm so happy that I actually got to watch Eddie live and in person a very, very long time ago now, but I got to see it, and yeah, I probably one of the other than Bray Wyatt, one of the biggest misses in WWE for me is Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah. 20 years in November since he passed, sadly.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the tragic thing about it as well is that just before he had passed, he was going to win. He was going to take the world title for Batista. He was going to get another run because that was the plan for Survivor Series that year, and unfortunately, it just didn't come to pass for Eddie. And I hope they do something big to commemorate that this year.
But do you think that's why that Dom's got the IC title?
Yeah.
Sniper saw Bray live in 2014.
Nice. Yeah. Well, 2014 Bray was very good. The Wyatt family.
Man could cut a promo.
Tragically, of the original 3 in the Wyatt family, only 1 is still with us. Big Eric Rowan. The shame is he's not in WWE. And I would bring him back and just pair him with. Well, he is. He's with the White Six, I suppose.
The White Six, isn't he?
I'd bring him back maybe in a different way, though, because they've not used the White Six.
They've had 2. Like Bo Dallas has been out injured, and another one. I think Dexter Loomis has been out injured as well. So there's 2 of your 6 gone. But I believe they are due to return fairly soon.
Good. Oh. SmackDown, maybe? Because that is what they got drafted to.
Where's Alexa Bliss?
That's a good question, actually. I don't know why she's disappeared.
Because no, if Alexa Bliss, whatever program Alexa Bliss is on, I'd imagine that's where Wyatt Six are going to turn up because they've got to bring her in.
Mm-hmm.
And she's had the Wyatt Six, so the weird little cut-ins that they do when she's talking, they've been appearing on her stuff. Do you think why they've not had any run-ins in this one is because the ramp is so freaking long? But
you'd be knackered by the time you get down there. To be fair, they've had longer runways though. I mean, God, I remember when can't remember what mania it was, but when Ultimate Warrior came out to rescue Logan for Sid and Papa Shango, damn, that was long. What a run that was he done. And then, I mean, Papa Shango actually missed his timing for that as well.
Have you seen the interview with that though? That he didn't miss his timing. It was Gorilla Monsoon was like giving him the cue.
Okay.
He said that at that
Again,
point,
lives ring attire, not leaving much of the imagination there.
he said that
Yeah, I think they're trying to strategically cut around it. Again, I made this point last night. I'm not complaining, but why give yourself the absolute headache, the plague of having to cut around it? Just have her dress the way that Raquel does, then that isn't couple. I mean, it happens, it's just one of these things. And I say I'm not complaining, but just what? They just give themselves a headache, really. Oh, there it is. Manhandle slam. And there you have it. New tag title holders in the women's division. The Irish Connection. Beck and Lyra.
Do you know over 2 nights there's been one person retained? That's Io Sky.
Yeah.
Nobody retained last night.
Yes, true.
So there's only one person.
By the way, that's a hell of a push for Lyra Valkyria to now hold 2 titles. They're clearly liking what she's doing.
What was it? They used golf trolleys to get them to and from the ring, or what?
They've done that a couple of times actually.
I remember Braun Strowman being brought down on one.
It was a done thing back in the day. I think it was WrestleMania 3. They'd done it. That was partly to aid Andre the Giant because he wasn't moving as freely back then. That was him. He was starting to, unfortunately, because of his height and the condition he had that made him that tall. It was just starting to, a bit like Big Show now, catch up with him.
As they've done it for a few Manias, they've done it for a few Rumbles. What Rumble was it? They did it recently for a Rumble. It was only 2-3 years ago, wasn't it? Because as you say, Braun Strowman was taking one, and you had like Henry was in one, Big Show was in one. It wasn't that long ago that they actually had them in the buggies, because there was also one of the Saudi Arabia events as well.
Yeah.
I think was it not the 40-man Rumble?
Yeah, they started bringing them down to the ring for that one so that people didn't trip up and fall underneath the ring.
I mean, who would do such a thing? Title sword slide.
Right. Let's give you another question to give you some time to think, because they ain't even started doing the promo yet. But while the advert's on for Drumstick, and apparently Drumstick have buggered up and given away the ending of the main event.
I saw that they put the Cena
plates on the belt.
Plate on it. Yeah, they put it on the belt.
Anyway, here's your question. At WrestleMania 17, there was a gimmick battle royal featuring several past WWE characters. How many total participants were there in that battle royal, and who were the final 3?
Say that again, please.
So at WrestleMania 17, there was a gimmick battle royal featuring several past WWE characters. How many total participants were there in that battle royal, and who were the final 3? No Googling, Connor.
At WrestleMania 17.
Right, I'm going to Google.
WrestleMania 17.
I'm going to Google. No Googling, Connor. Right, so I'm going to Google.
I know. Well, I know who won the gimmick battle royal. But who were the final 3? Well, I know one of them.
Your final 3 then, isn't it?
Yeah, I know one of them. So,
there's my answer.
In terms of how many participants, I think.
There's my answer. Right, got a clue.
Stuart Henderson, I like yours. Yours is good.
Oh, I think I've got 2 of the 3, but I can't think of the third.
Well, you're not getting the Steiner math on that answer.
Mm-hmm.
Aviator, is that the gin? Because if that is, that's isn't that Ryan Reynolds' gin?
I think so, aye. We'll check. Aviation is the gin. That was
Is that-
Aviator.
Got time because we are only just doing the promo, so
If you smell.
Austin.
Oh, Austin.
Oh.
The dynamic
On the
changes.
Is he on the quad?
Special guest ref.
What?
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 Ian having too much fun there.
I mean, his music's been playing for a while, but he's not.
Yeah, there's a
Well,
quad.
Good
Yes.
call. And the quad bike as well. Good call, Alex. The sheriff
Always
is
been
in
the
town.
quad, wasn't he?
He should have
He took
been
that
there
call,
last.
hadn't he?
He's loving life, isn't he? Look at the face. Absolutely loving life.
Nope, he's crashed it.
Yeah. He definitely should have been there last year to hit a stunner on Rock because it makes
That
sense.
lassie absolutely shit her pants there. Her face is raging. She is raging.
I don't know if I'd be raging. I'd have shot myself, but I wouldn't be raging.
Oh no, do you know she was fucking raging there?
I'd have been loving life.
I showed her. Got the music.
Oh, he's
yeah,
going to
he's
announce
doing the
the attendance.
attendance. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So what's that, about 2,000 more than last night?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Which makes sense because Rock and Cody was on tonight, so Cena and Cody. What? What? What?
Ian's looking for it. He's looking for it. What? What?
What's James? What? What? I'm sorry, James, you've lost me. They were not in the gimmick battle royal. I know that.
Quick mask
I like
off.
how he directed it to you. You didn't even ask the question.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Bottom line, because Stone Cold says so. Give me some
It's a
beers.
very good question. If it was a sellout at 61,000 last night, how could it be more there tonight?
Well, I didn't say it was a sellout last night. I
Well,
didn't say it was a sellout.
But also,
I'm
the
afraid,
WWE.
James, my bladder 316 says it's time for me to visit the loo. So give me a second.
Also, the WWE will cover seats. So if they're only selling 61,493 or whatever it was yesterday, and they sell that, that's a sellout. You get the answer when they come down to the ring. You know this. Let's enjoy the beer bath.
Somebody's turned the quad round for him and probably had a word with that. They're having a word with the woman they know.
She's probably going to sue.
I probably. Even though, like, all I did was park. They're actually having a proper word with her, by the way. Jesus Christ, like, calm down.
Now Austin's going to go and have a chat with her and Stone Cold stunner her. You want a reason to complain? Here you are.
He is actually going to have a chat with her as well. No way.
I get the feeling he just told her to stop fucking moaning and get on with it.
He probably did, Like, does she actually go flying, though?
But why? It's not like he hit her.
No, but that's what the sniper's saying, though. She went flying with the barricade.
Stuart Anderson, that depends on the beer he's got.
I'm gonna rewind it a little bit. Let's see.
Commentary team there just having a couple of
Go rewind it. Go rewind it. He never he hit the barricade and she went and fell back. It was like the most like delayed reaction you've ever seen. Unbelievable.
I'm telling you now, there's a reason she's doing that because it's America, and in America they sue for everything.
Google just said the exact same thing. Like,
I was away from it. Give me a minute. I didn't know he said it.
No, but what I mean is like he hit the barricade and she went and fell back into her seat and sat there pure raging. Like, there's nowhere near her. It hits a barricade and they have to go over one. And as you said, Dougal, he's probably went, just shut the fuck up.
And we go. 1 hour for the main event.
Where there's blame, there is a claim.
Yeah, an hour for the main event, Ian. So, as you say, that's why you know there's going to be shenanigans because it's not an Iron Man match. So, definitely things are going to happen. Things and stuff.
We're going to have to go and get some more beer, peeps.
The entrance alone is going to take about 15 minutes, as somebody said. I can't remember who it was.
Ian is away to get Steve Weisers.
Entrance will be about 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, Cena always does a big entrance for me, and so does Cody. So that's a fair point. Yeah, Cena's probably winning, isn't he? I thought if they were going to give Cena world title number 17, you'd do it whilst he was a babyface because you want that pop. But I can see why they're doing it this way. And Cena will turn face again before the year's done.
He won't turn face again.
He will. He's not going to retire as a heel.
I think he will. Give us the answers here instead of during the match. Well, we can't give the answers. Dougal's no here.
I knew the winner of that match, and I think I've got the final three right, but the last one that I put in was just a total guess, so I don't think that's right. But the other parts are.
Have you had a Steve Austin crash a quad at you that wasn't your fault? Oh, no way.
What's she moaning about? She was barely touched. It was into the barricade. Also, not being funny, what story to go and tell the kids, the grandkids, the family.
Honestly, Connor, see if you watch it back. Watch it literally. It hits the quad hits the barrier. Then there's like a second delay where then she reacts to it. She then jumps back in her seat. It's like fucking calm down.
The thing is, as well, if she actually sued for that, right? If she does do that, ruins it for everybody else. Then they'll never be able to do a spot like that again
No, they'll never at the quad again.
because they'll just not do it.
No, you'll never see like Taker on the bike, and you'll never see Austin on the quad because they'll just not be able to do it. They'll not come down the ramp again.
So do you want the answer now before they come down to the ring?
Yeah, go on.
Okie dokie then. We've had some fairly close guesses, I'll give you that. So, Sniper originally went with the Iron Sheik, one-man gang, Sergeant Slaughter, and there was 20. Stuart Henderson said that you say there was 15. He then went, final three, Steamboat, or Steambait as he's put it, and two others.
Yes.
Derek McNaughton has said there was 20. Doink the Clown with the Iron Sheik and Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Very close. Very, very close. Gaz let us know that Diesel and Razor were in the Gimmick Battle Royal. Mark Doyle, 18, I think. Final three being the Iron Sheik, Sarge, and Hillbilly Jim. Tatanka. Vader. Being his Stuart Henderson's other two. Heath Slater was back in there. 16 with Hillbilly Jim, Shake, Bruce Pritchard. Basically going down that line. Alex. Oh.
The entrance music is the same, but it's just a different video.
Alex went 25 and ain't got a clue. And Connor went 20. Iron Sheik, Sergeant Slaughter, and Bob Buckland. I can tell you, like I said, there was very, very close guesses, by the way. But there were 19 participants. Seems a bit of a strange number.
Oh,
the final three were Doink the Clown, Hillbilly Jim, and the Iron Sheik. So we were close, but we didn't get a bang-on answer. And it was the Iron Sheik who ultimately won. So well done to those who said that he won.
I knew that Sheiky Baby had won, but I thought wrongly for the other two because I thought it was Sergeant Slaughter. But yeah, Hillbilly Jim. That man gave the world's longest Hall of Fame induction speech, by the way.
Well, I think Cena wins this. Just how that happens, and I still think that I'm sticking to the Seth Rollins thing.
Well, you've been right about just about everything else, Ian, so far be it from me to disagree with you here. Although I do know that I do love the way you say Seth Rollins, because you say Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
But that's all right, because you're down there in that there West Country.
No, I'm not. I'm on the east coast of the country. I'm in the southeast. I'm actually just in the east.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were Norwich.
So
yes, which is in the east. Southwest is Devon and Cornwall.
Oh, right, yeah.
Which is where I grew up, but...
You grew up in Devon and Cornwall?
I grew up in Devon, yeah. Born in Scotland, grew up in Devon, and now live over here.
I was going to say that, yeah, because I knew you were born up here. Because you definitely are Scottish. Did you live in long in Scotland?
I lived in Irvine in Scotland.
Oh, that's not far from Alex.
Not far from Kenny, in fact.
And how long were you in Irvine?
Kenny knows some of my family.
Was that a short spell before you moved to
Yeah, I was only 3 when we moved. I moved back when I was 15, 16 for a couple of years as well. Went to Kilmarnock College in
make sure that Astrid and your other kids are very much aware of their Scottish heritage.
Oh, they are. Don't you worry.
Because I'm guessing, are both your parents Scottish or
Yeah.
one of them? Yeah. See.
Ooh.
Oh.
Fair enough. Can't
Some
deny
duck-
that woman's going to make a complaint. They're too close to her.
Somebody make sure that woman's far away. Yep.
Hey, I can only tell you what the internet tells me. You know what I mean? But no, you are right. Sergeant Slaughter was in the final 2 because I'm watching it right now.
Final 3 because he eliminated Hillbilly Jim. Sheik to win it, I think.
Ian, your
Internet
question
let me
was
down.
wrong. According to the sniper, your question was wrong.
But it's certainly an interesting way this for Cody's
No,
year-long
sniper, the question was not wrong. The answer was wrong. The question was right.
Even then, the answer was only wrong by 1 because
Yes.
2 of the 3 were still right, and the winner was still right, and it was still 19.
But you still get you get it now for the fact that it was Sergeant Slaughter and not Doink the Clown.
I just remember that some of them came out to good ovations, as you can imagine, particularly Mean Gene and Bobby the Brain Heenan because they done the commentary for it. But then you had guys like The Goon come out to just utter crickets and silence because people were like, oh, yay. That's an era we want to remember. When everybody had a character, when you had plumbers and... I mean, you had Repo Man in that match, who, of course, was one half of, until the New Day came along, statistically, the longest reigning WWE World Tag Team Champions in history at the time in Demolition.
Oh,
He was a
Demolition.
Smash.
So they always had 3. One always hit under the ring. Still going though, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So was PCO, who was one half of the Quebecers. He was still going until last year. I think he is somewhere, but he was the TNA Digital Media Champion for a long time.
Michael Cole getting carried away there.
No, that was McAfee.
Yeah. I mean, McAfee should just stick to providing virus security for your laptops.
Sniper's asking, can anyone tell him the third member of Demolition?
Crush.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we say Crush.
Axe, smash, and crush.
Oh, come on. Have his wife and daughter in there to watch him lose the title. As I say, it's an interesting way for his year-long reign to end.
And his mum.
Why am I getting booed? You booing me
What?
for, Jordy? It can't be for that joke because you, of all people, are in no position to judge or boo anybody for bad jokes, Jordy.
You can't have this. I know Sniper's been right with a few things, but you can't have this as just they fight and one wins and that's the end of it.
No.
Nah. Although you can't spell clean without Cena.
It's true.
How long did it take you to come up with that one? He looks so proud of that. Look at
Literally on the spot within 2 seconds. That's how long it took.
Yeah, that's what I said to Martin today when he asked me if I'd remembered to hit a certain part of when we set this up. There was one little bit that I'd forgotten. And he said, did you click that one? I went, yeah. The fact that I did it just after you told me means nothing, but I did it.
You still did it, yeah. Wait, is Cena in the ring? Cena is in the ring, yes.
Can't see him though. He's not there.
Oh, Sniper. I know.
The cameraman just focusing on the crowd, isn't it?
I was treating it with the ignominy that it deserved.
Oh, Chat Patton getting the old main event, not Charles.
Well, he's up there with Charles Robinson now as one of the more veteran referees. Chad Patton, he's been there for quite a while. Although I do remember the days of Errol Hebner and the very, very, very sweaty man that was Mike Chioda.
Mm-hmm. Cody, you can ask her to give you more and more and more. She is not Samantha.
Nope.
No.
She is very good. I'm not saying she's not good. She's just not Samantha.
Guys, well, I would love nothing more than what you say to be correct, because I'd love to see Dustin Rhodes, but he is unfortunately contracted to AEW.
And even the Forbidden Door is not getting him across the road to this.
Nope.
Leo Haji there.
Cleaner.
John Cleaner. Yeah. I'm just, it'd be interesting to Cena wins. What did they then do? Do they just take Cena off TV for a while? Because he said he was taking the belt home and never coming back, but that obviously isn't going to happen because he's going to drop the belt at some point.
Old John Cena.
You be quiet, John Cena.
Lillian Garcia, was it not?
Yeah, Lillian Garcia. Which I said last night. I thought she was PLE, but obviously not.
There's a question. Is this match this generation's version of Hogan Rock and Rock Cena?
Probably.
Yeah, I'd go along with that.
Lillian Garcia was supposed to be on Mania. Don't know why she's not there.
Wife said away to bed. I'm like, I'd rather watch Men in Tights.
But Robin Hood Men in Tights is a very funny film.
That's funny.
Yeah, there's no way we're getting 45 minutes of Cena and Cody without shenanigans.
Yep.
Can we just savour this moment for a second? Because for the first time this evening, Sniper's actually on my side and he's agreed with me. Can we just savour that for a second?
The fact that he's called you condom, though.
I know.
Well, that's yes.
We need to
Well,
stay with the corner.
He can't give it you all. He can't be nice to you and be on your side all at the same time. He's got to give something. He's got to do something.
It's all right. Well, Dom did win the Continental title tonight, so you know what? I'll just say that the Dom means Dominik Mysterio. Oh, Baptista. Oh, well, it absolutely was off the charts, and to this day, I'll never know what they were thinking not making that the main event. I mean, how are Triple H and Chris Jericho possibly meant to follow that in an undisputed title match? I mean, that was madness. And they learned their lesson because they did make Rock and Cena the main event at Mania 28, albeit they had a year build up to that. But yeah, you can't follow that up with anything. A term of endearment, yes. Which is not spelled correctly this night, I'm afraid, because it says interment. And if you don't mind, I don't want to be interred for a fairly long time yet.
Sorry, John. What are those socks?
I was just thinking that myself.
You know, all the important matters that hit at WrestleMania, we will talk about them. And John Cena's socks.
Well, I'm officially cancelled. For fuck's sake. I did not know that, Sniper. So it's been nice knowing everybody.
God is signing off.
Sorry, Sniper.
Cena's had some treatment on that hair. That's getting thicker. You ever noticed on things like that, though? Like people who are dyslexic, so they have trouble with words and all the rest of it. So they make the word that to give them their their issue described is the hardest word in the world to spell.
Yes.
And then OCD. People have OCD, so they've given them 3 letters that are out of order.
This is true.
Fucking killed Alex, I think.
Well, I mean, they do that with all of them, don't they? I mean, they couldn't have found a harder word to spell than dyslexia. And then they couldn't have had, as you said, all those others. I don't know why they do it. I guess they assume that nobody's going to say it apart from people who don't have it. But
that's why they shortened the ADHD, because you've not got the attention span to say the whole word.
Mm-hmm.
So it will give you 4 letters. Just take your time. It's fine.
You know what? At some point, we're going to get that, James, definitely. I could see absolutely a potential for Dom being attacked by the Judgment Day or whatever, and Ray coming out to make the save, because despite everything, it's his son.
The big reunion. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what a moment. That'll get a good pop, to be fair.
Oh, sniper. I've got so much stuff on my watch list. I haven't got time for another one.
The Jordy, I think you're right with that as well. It's how quick they can build those desks back up, because they get broke every 2 seconds. They build it straight back up.
Yeah. That's why you get the long promo package videos to let them sort things. To be fair, they are designed to sort of break easily, so I imagine that they're easily put back together.
Yeah, you think so?
Although nobody was putting back together the table that Mankind went through off of the Hell in a Cell. That table was...
But they didn't back then, though, did they? They just sat in the chairs with a crumpled desk in front of them.
Yep.
Yes, which I liked, because that was like a reminder of what had happened in that night, the carnage and chaos of it all. Do you know what, James? He probably was. I'm sure Edge was sitting somewhere there, smiling his face there. Do you know that's my one disappointment with the Cena's last run, is that Edge is in AEW, so we'll not get that last Cena Edge match with Edge being the babyface and Cena being the heel. We'll get it with Orton. I'm certain of that.
What's everyone's greatest pay-per-view?
Ooh.
I think for me, WrestleMania 17. I just think everything you want at that time, especially in a WWE, WWF pay-per-view, just in the heels of WCW and ECW crumbling as well, everything you wanted that to be, it was. And you even got the fun, goofy bit of the gimmick battle royal, which, on even the WrestleMania from the year before wouldn't have went down as well, because it wasn't as good. Whereas just everything about Mania 17 was just brilliant. I mean, genuinely, you've never seen a bigger pop for someone standing up off a chair than when Linda McMahon got up and low-blowed Vince McMahon during the Vince and Shane match. Even just stuff like that. They had built it all incredibly. And okay, Austin's heel turn ultimately didn't really work at the end, and it didn't make much sense for him to line up with Vince. So that was probably the only blemish that didn't have to happen. And Austin himself admitted that. But the whole thing was just brilliant, start to finish. Mark Doyle, WrestleMania 25, Sean Taker, best match ever.
Probably with you on the WrestleMania 17, just for the sole fact of the Hardys versus Edge and Christian versus the Dudleys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they took what they'd done the year before and just made it 10 times better. Phenomenal, the chemistry that those had. And even more reason why that Triple Threat TLC match should have been on this card. But anyway. Rumble 2001. Rumble. Even that spot of Drew Carey being in the Rumble and attempting to pay Kane off before just eliminating himself. You see, that's better than an iShow speed appearance in the Royal Rumble any day.
Absolutely. Although, Again, that spear, best spear of 2025. And that it outdoes the one he did on Carlito.
It's true, that's insane. Shave the head, Cena, son. I mean, to be
I
fair,
know,
that
it
would
feels
really,
I'm getting to that point myself.
yeah, that would really line him with The Rock, though, wouldn't it? I'm so aligned with The Rock, I am now bald as well. Rock's a bald a-hole, I'll be a bald a-hole. The only problem is I don't think his main job in Hollywood would like that.
Well, there's a thing called wigs.
There is, yes.
Again. Thumb to the eye.
Poke him in the eye.
Becky's heel turn 2018, the Palm Squad, yeah.
Hardy Boys return at 33.
It's a good return. It was a good return. I like the fact they set it up so well because they knew they were the host of that meeting and they came out and said, oh, it's going to be a fatal four-way. They were dressed in their attire and they were doing the whole sort of gimmick at the time. And as they looked to walk the ring, bang, there's the Hardy's music, which was brilliant.
I think WrestleMania 40's up there, though.
Sniper saying top 5 pay-per-view events: first Rumble, second times 7 Survivor Series, third Invasion. Invasion. Fourth and Mania 35th. Yeah, I can see that. I still think the best Survivor Series was 2002, the first Elimination Chamber. And even the table match they had when the Dudleys reunited at the end of that when Devon came out and they finally, that was the end of the Reverend Devon.
I mean, my favourite Survivor Series, modern-wise, is the Team Cena versus Team Authority. I thought that was brilliant.
Yes. I liked it. I liked that more because they gave Ziggler the Iron Man of that match rather than just Super Cena, which is good. Didn't like Big Show's heel turn because it was about the gazillionth, billionth time they'd done it, and it didn't make sense in the story they had told before that because Big Show was bullied by the Authority, forced to knock out Dusty Rhodes, and then fired and stole Daniel Bryan's gimmick for a while. And then just for him to turn heel. I mean, it's the Big Show, so they can get away with it because Big Show's heel turns and face turns seldom ever did make sense. So
here it comes, 5 knuckle shuffle time.
WWE dropped the ball with Dolphins Ziggler. Not Dolph, just Dolphins Ziggler.
they did. I mean, I thought it was neat that they gave him the NXT title towards the end of his run there. I liked that because it was a good rub for NXT, but yeah, it didn't do anything for him, unfortunately.
Poke to the eye.
Yeah, aye.
Disaster kick.
That was his finisher at one time, the disaster kick. When he became Dashing Cody Rhodes. It's funny. Big Show touched him 4 times in a pay-per-view, yeah. Although, do you know what? Big Show could be quite funny as well. I remember when he done the whole... Remember when he was just dressing up as different gimmicks for a while, and he dressed up as Hulk Hogan at a Backlash. It was Showmania. The only one he shouldn't have done was when he dressed as Rikishi and they had that team, and he was Shokishi and Rikishi.
It's quite funny because you're talking about obviously Cody Rhodes and Big Show, and it's one of the funnier botches the match.
When he stepped back onto the table.
Just steps through it. Just steps through it. He's like, oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, just it's the look in his face as soon as he does it. He's like,
he's like, shit, I've just lost this match.
Well, of course, the ref has literally seen him do it, so there's no way around it. Oh!
No, it's only 25 past 3. It wasn't happening now.
Oh, no, there's still a long way left to go here. I mean, we've not even seen The Rock yet.
We've not seen Cena either. Still waiting on him coming out.
Hmm. You know what? We can't see Alex either anymore.
I'll just
There
get
he
that
is.
back as well. Then, right? There you go.
I mean, Alex is only a part-timer here anyway, and I mean, we've been here since the start.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Part time at my arse.
Stuart,
You have
I'm
part
not-
timers in your arse. What?
I'm not going to bring that comment up, Stuart, because I'm scared of the internet, but dear me, that would be weird.
Yeah, you are not bringing that fucking comment up. No chance.
Right, where's that button? Let me click it. I'll bring it up.
No, you won't. You'll get cancelled.
Exactly, Sniper.
Yeah, when it comes to football, yes.
Well, it's quite funny. Obviously, we do our schedule for the watch-alongs and all the shows and that. And I specifically didn't vote on the watch-along for the Superman game because I'm working. Martin put the schedule out and puts me on the watch-along. Right, Martin, the one show I didn't vote on, you've put me on
You're working on a Saturday.
on Saturday, aye?
Oh. So what day off do you get then? Instead, is that because you're off Monday?
No, so you have to do 4 Saturdays every quarter. But if you do a Saturday, then you get a day off during the week. So I just take the following Friday off.
Jordy,
Well, that makes sense. 3-day weekend.
Jordy, any more of that, I'm going to strip you of that title. I'm just going to give it to Connor.
So if Martin is still watching this, that means that a week on Friday, Alex will be available for the afternoon rabble.
No.
You've done an afternoon rabble.
Is that? I've done one, I think, one afternoon rabble, and I did like half a rabble because Martin wouldn't stop playing the clip, so I came on to defend myself. During my
Yeah, I've only done a couple. The afternoon rabble, I don't think, out with Martin, I don't think anybody's appeared more than Brian. He's done quite a lot.
Brian and Alan and Trev. Innit?
Yeah.
That was very close, by the way. Very close.
And to be fair, in about 9 hours' time, the afternoon rabble will be on.
It will.
So I wonder if the Rock spot when he comes out is going to be after Cody hits a few crossroads.
Another AA.
Yeah.
Now the STFU.
That looks so weak. That doesn't look great at all. There's no pressure in Cody's neck there.
Remember last time you seen
worried
that
about.
pop from Batista, he blew his shoulder.
Yes. That took him out for a while.
And Mark says he'll still be in his bed by the time the afternoon rabble's on.
There's a fair possibility we will be as well, Mark, so don't worry.
When you say that, I will be. I'll be up.
I don't know who's on the afternoon rabble with Martin tomorrow. It will be Martin and another.
I actually don't think you put a schedule up for that. Yeah, he didn't put a schedule up for it. So right now it's just Martin and Martin.
Martin and Martin. That's all.
There's the ref gone.
Oh, the ref's gone. Yes, Mel.
What the Rock is cooking.
Cody Carter at Crossroads.
See, this is what I mean. Multiple crossroads, and then out comes the final boss.
Yeah, but there's no ref though.
Which is why The Rock comes out now, because that's how you make sure there can't be a disqualification because there's no ref.
He's already in the ring.
Who is?
Just the way the camera went, you thought he was already in the ring.
Oh yeah, aye, because he looked to this. Yeah, looked up. Aye. Nah, they're going to give him the music. Although giving him the music entrance makes the ref look dumb, because even though he's down, he would surely have heard
Aye,
that.
Yeah, but a referee yesterday watched them hit someone with a chair and just ignored it.
And Gunther hitting Jay in the face with a belt as well.
And the El Grande Americano and Ray Phoenix, obviously, the Grande Americano gets kicked right as the bell rings. The referee looks at it and goes, right, get in the ring, let's go.
God, I'm up at 8 because someone decided it'd be a great idea to take the kids to a museum. What museum are you taking them to, Jordy?
Oh, referee's back up. 1, 2.
Oh, I kicked it again.
You didn't have to put it in twice, Jordy. We read it the first time.
I know. It was so important to tell us that he just repeated himself. You're ahead, so I'm off. Enjoy the surprise. Later. Who are we getting here? Who's this?
Who that?
Is that Travis Scott?
It's Travis Scott.
Ugh.
Which means The Rock's coming out right beside him.
And that's not the hardcore title. That's not a hardcore title.
No.
I had the hardcore title. That's what the hardcore title was.
Yes, Derek, absolutely coming for his receipt. And he damn well better get it.
And as Mark says, no, that twat.
Exactly, yes. But this is what I mean, though, right? They're all going to come out and do the full entrance and that. Then the ref could just disqualify us and go, well, I mean, what are you doing? You know?
Yeah, we're just going to sit here and pretend that this match isn't going on in the ring, that Cody's really hurt because Travis Scott needs a whole entrance here.
Why does Travis Scott even have an entrance?
I don't even know. Because he's got the official song of WrestleMania, doesn't he?
Which I think is the entrance song that's been played for him.
Yeah.
Roddy says, I spelt it wrong first time, Ian, leave me be. And the Ulster Folk and Transport Museum. Nice. Never been to the
Why are we getting a full entrance here, though? This is pointless. Like,
well, this is what happens when you book a match to last an hour, but you don't actually have
an hour's worth of the match.
Yeah,
we're going to get a full entrance from The Rock and a full entrance from whoever's going to help Cody. Like,
and Jordy, just to point out that none of us noticed you spelt anything wrong in the first message. So
no, we didn't. No. That's a lie, actually. Because he had spelt decision decent, but I covered for him, so it didn't need to be said.
See, you could have just not said that, and we could have had that covered, and we didn't even need to go back to it.
He tried to cover for you, Connor. Called you big man, said he was on your side and everything. And all of a sudden, you've gone and stabbed him in the back. The Connor heel turn. There we go.
Crossroads. Travis Scott to pull the ref out. So that should be a disqualification then, ref.
You right there.
That's not no DQ match, ref. So disqualify John Cena just now, and Cody retains the title. These are the things in WWE that are annoying because the ref already took a bump and was down, so do it then. Why pulling the ref out is disqualification? Cody saying that he remembers the perforated eardrum.
No,
Sniper, this is not a no DQ match. This is what we're saying. So that should be a disqualification. But for reasons of WWE lol, Cena wins lol, it won't be. God, hit him with the hardest crossroads you've ever hit in your life, Cody. Destroy that man. And then The Rock can come out and do what The Rock's doing. Oh, yes. Flat in your face.
you know what would be better there if you just put his sunglasses on? Knock them off your face and I'll just put them on. He's got right.
You know, you're not in a position there, Cody. Just smash his eardrum now.
Cody's got right, son. No need to sell
Cena's got the belt. Cena's got the belt.
No, not now. My TV's just told me if I've got 50 seconds to hit a button, otherwise it's going to turn off.
Oh, you better be quick, because the Rock's about to come out here. Cena begging Cody.
Please don't do it. Please don't do it.
Cody doing the babyface thing of, oh, I don't know. Just do it, Cody. You never hesitated, so you don't hesitate.
The Rock. Seth's coming out. It's not The Rock. It's Seth.
Oh, dick kick city.
If it was me, I'd have to rip really high up.
If it's me, you have to stand on a ladder here.
That's more information than we needed to know, Ian. Thanks for that. Bang.
But we've got a ref still.
I've still got 22 minutes left to go here, by the way.
Now he's telling the ref, wake up, ref. My bump's over. Help you get.
Kick out.
Lights out.
2.
Oh.
What?
But there's still like 20 minutes of airtime left.
What?
That's what? That's it.
What?
That's so we just get Travis Scott coming out. No, you didn't tell us, Sniper, because that's not a clean win.
You said he wasn't winning.
Picking someone in the payline and hitting
You
me a
said he was
title.
winning clean. That's not winning clean, is it?
You just smashed him with a low blow and a title to the face. That is not clean.
After knocking the referee out, having Travis Scott come down, pull the referee out of the that's not winning clean.
You know what? Travis Scott is your. No, nobody's got a briefcase yet either.
No, because Money in the Bank's not till June. June,
Really?
July.
Like, really?
But no Rock, no. Just Travis Scott.
About
Who
to
was
go down involving Seth or maybe a match restart. No, definitely not. No.
well, I mean, unless they're finishing WrestleMania early, there should be 20 minutes left here.
No,
Or maybe
Cody's
something else is
already
going
up
on.
there. Cody's already up the ramp.
Cody's leaving. Cena helping Travis Scott in the ring.
Now the final boss comes down and he gives him the title.
Maybe.
Like Andre the Giant and the $1 Million Man, he hands him the title.
But this is why we finishing WrestleMania early. Like, you don't finish Mania early. We finished at 4 last night, so it's 4 tonight, presumably.
I know. If anything, you finished last night early so that we could all go to bed because it was fucking awful.
Yeah.
So basically, the main event last night was better than this.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
It was, yeah. I wasn't minding this match, but I'm really disappointed at that finish. Why is that the finish?
Something else to come. There's definitely something else to come.
I hope so, because that cannot be the last thing in WrestleMania. Not Cena winning, because I knew Cena was winning. I'm saying that. It's how we've got
WWE creative must have heard that I was going to apply for a job and just decided to just wrap it up early.
Yeah, and not to have The Rock. Why have The Rock at Chamber and all that nonsense before that if we don't have him here?
Yeah, as Sniper says, what this is all about, the record being broke.
I get that, but you can do it in a better way. You can finish this match better. That's all I'm saying. But you're right, Sniper, it is. It is a historic moment.
You just think WrestleMania without The Rock, though?
In Vegas, which is only down the road from Los Angeles and California. Well, they're plugging the post show now, so I don't think anything else is happening here.
What?
Cody on the ramp in the same way Cena was at WrestleMania 28. Sat down.
The exact same way now. He just sat down, so he's in the exact same position. Yeah, we're done.
That's it.
So they just finished 20 minutes early. Nope.
Why have we finished early? I don't get why have we finished early? After last night. As you said, Ian, finished last night early. But tonight. Well, that is indeed it, folks.
We will have, if we ended now, we have 25 minutes less than what we had yesterday.
Yeah, that's mental. That is mental.
They did so well with tonight, and then they just buggered it up at the end.
Yeah, having that end that way and having it end early and having it just be Travis Scott and not the, why any of that?
It just doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. It just.
My Netflix has just popped up saying we're having trouble accessing these titles for you at the moment. Possibly just because of the way that's ended. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. No, not for me. That I'm afraid.
No, that ending was not. I like my ending better.
I like your ending better as well.
But the reason why it needed The Rock is it needed something like last year, like last night. You know, needed that shenanigans. You don't need all that way. Travis Scott, like I know in the wrestling world, yes, he's got the song for WrestleMania, but why do you need Travis Scott to come down and be the one to get involved?
Because you haven't set up anything going away from this now. So you've just got a repeat of Cody versus Cena. That's all you've got to go with this.
Yeah. And although Cena low blowed him and hit him with the belt, you've not given Cody an awful lot because Cody himself could have used that belt and chosen not to. And Travis Scott, what the fuck? I'm sorry.
And for all the finishers that you take as Cody Rhodes, to take what, 1, 2 AAs and then a low blow and a hit of the belt and that's you done?
Well, look at the amount of finishers he took last year. He was Simone spiked multiple times. He was then Simone spiked and speared at the same time.
Yep.
And he kicked out.
Yep.
It's not necessarily that though, Sniper. It's why are we finishing the biggest show of the year 20 minutes early? What is, because that now makes me think even more. If we're going to finish 20 minutes early, could we not give that 20 minutes to the WWE Tag Team titles then? If that's what we're going to do there, fine. But we could have given that 20 minutes to something else. Now, I get it. Maybe if it was Kevin Owens and Randy Orton, that was possibly designed to go longer. Fine. But find something else to do it with. It's just... I just don't understand that. And I don't think we'll be alone in that, by the way. I think there'll be a lot of people thinking, oh, okay, that's how we're finishing Mania then, is it?
For all the build-up that they've done, for all the work that they have done, that is a bad ending.
Yeah, yep. And the whole Rock thing, well, what was the point of any of that happening in Elimination Chamber then?
So the whole of WrestleMania, one huge surprise in Joe Hendry. One surprise that we kind of knew about in Becky Lynch. And yesterday, we weren't entirely sure how it was going to go, but a lot of people were saying that it's going to be a double cross from Heyman. So overall, we've had one major surprise. Maybe two if you include Austin, because I don't think anyone was expecting Austin to be there tonight. It's not a memorable WrestleMania.
Do you know what you could have done?
If you are pushing 2 nights of WrestleMania on everybody, you need to make it special. Last year, they did it absolutely spectacularly.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's just either it goes back to one night and you have a spectacular one night,
yep,
or you make 2 nights memorable, and they haven't done that.
Do you know what you could have done? You could have put Cody and Cena on last night, and you'd have put the triple threat on tonight, and it's actually a lot better tonight. Like that's a better way of ending it, because that was a much better ending to the whole show rather than just night one. Like that's a disappointing end. Whereas every match tonight has actually been very good. But bar the Logan Paul and AJ Styles, they've all been very good. But that kind of just fell flat a bit right at the end there. Whereas you were still like up here at the end of the triple threat because of the double cross and the fact that Seth fought with Heyman. I think that ending's kind of just brought you straight back down.
Yeah, and do you know what? If I'm someone who's paid to be in the crowd tonight and I wasn't there last night, because some people will have paid for one night, not the other. That does happen. So if I'm someone who's done that and I've paid my money to be there tonight, I'm probably sitting there going, hold on, you've charged me a bazillion dollars for this, and you've humped me out of 20 minutes of wrestling, which in wrestling parlance is a long time. That's a match, is what that is. I would be majorly disappointed with that if I was in that crowd. I mean, I'm disappointed as it is now, but what are we doing? I mean, I don't get that ending. And by the way, tonight, up until that ending, miles better than last night. I thoroughly enjoyed tonight until the ending. I have to say that.
Mark Doyle, nail on the head. The right man won, but Cody needed to be royally screwed big time to make us care more about him trying to get it back at SummerSlam. Nail on the head.
Yep. And he wasn't royally screwed tonight. Yes, okay, he got low blowed, but it wasn't like there wasn't anything major in it, you know. For me, anyway. There's going to have to be a lot more. There's going to have to be he's going to have to come on the mic a lot. There's going to be a lot of promos. There'll obviously be something tomorrow at Raw, but I don't know how you get behind him to make him one. Obviously, with the bloodline stuff, he was screwed at every turn. There's something else come into it more.
And now we're back into, because Cena's still part-time. He's got about 20 dates left to do this year before he retires. So you're now back into part-time champion. The title not being on television. And with 20 appearances, that doesn't give you a lot to work with in terms of, I assume, because we can't give Cody the big match at Mania next year again against Cena, because Cena won't be there, that you do it for SummerSlam. Because when Cena sat in that stage at the end of Mania 28, he got his rematch to win the title back from The Rock the next year. Presumably Cody may do the same, but maybe at SummerSlam. But between now and then, it's what do you do? Because if Cena's not going to be there, The Rock's not going to be there, well, where does Cody go? How does he fit in without the belt? And how do you build that back? Because when he lost at Mania 39, people were annoyed, but at least we had something good for him coming out of it in terms of he went into the feud with Brock. So that was something for him to go back into. That's not as clear. Maybe it's Drew. I mean, Drew can say, well, look, I told you, Cody, I done all this. And I think that might be the route to go down. Maybe. My only concern with that would be giving Drew a big win tonight. You're not going to have Cody lose that feud. And Drew can't keep going into big feuds and losing them. Even though he won against Damian Priest, I'm talking like proper main event level feuds. So yeah, it leaves a lot of questions, certainly, to be answered. So I guess we'll see. You know, I just think we could have done better with how we got to Cena winning that match. That's all. As we said, Cody needed to be royally screwed 6 ways to Sunday to really ramp it up. But just having Travis feckin' Scott come out instead of everyone's expecting The Rock and then Travis Scott hits, and you think, well, why is Travis Scott there?
Well, that's it for another year. Mania season is come and gone. Thank you both for being here over the last 2 nights. It's not an easy one when it's a 2-nighter. It's hard work, particularly when not for you, Connor, because you slept about 1 o'clock this afternoon. But you know, me and Alex on surviving on caffeine and hatred, basically, to get through this. Yes. And but to everyone who's been in the comments, because it's pretty much been the same people in the comments as it was last night as well, with a few extras. So that's magnificent effort from you guys as well for doing it. We will do it again when the next one comes along. We're talking Money in the Bank, aren't we? We're thinking that'll be the next one, possibly.
Yes, unless one of the cards between now and then looks so good that it has to be done. It probably will be Money in the Bank, but we'll keep eyes peeled. Having said that, you won't have to wait that long to hear us chat all things wrestling, because Ian will be here for 2K24
25.
midweek. It's still 2K24.
2K24 at the moment. After WrestleMania, it'll be 2K25.
Terrible.
Get it up, yeah. And then the week after that, a week on Wednesday, you will have me, or a week on Friday, sorry, you'll have me and Ian to discuss all the fallout from this. What happened on Raw after Mania, the two Raws that we'll see, and the SmackDown on Friday. I will have plenty to chat about, so make sure you're tuned in for that. If you're not a member, sign up to become one in order to watch it. It costs as little as a cup of coffee a month. And of course, because Martin will boot us in the home Oz if we don't mention it, as previously stated, in about 8.5 hours at 12:30 p.m, Martin will be here with your afternoon rabble on your holiday Monday. So enjoy that, folks.
And just so James Hamilton, you've got 3 options for that one. You've got the standard edition, you have the Undertaker edition, and you have the Bloodline edition. The Bloodline edition will cost you £120. The Undertaker version will cost you £89, and the standard edition will cost you $69.99. So go knock yourself out on either one of those. I'm a tight git, so I only bought the standard edition. Also tomorrow you'll have your Monday Night Ravel as well. So and the women's show. I think a little bit more disappointment in the women's show to be discussed, I think, after today's result for the women. But if you're into all women's football, you can tune in for that as well. But unless any of you have got anything else to say, that is us for tonight. Me and Alex just hanging on by a fingertip right now. So we are going to say goodnight, and we will see you next time. Cheery bye.